Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, nerds. How are you guys doing today? I got Faust, British Heathcliff. I was just about to say, hey, wait, that's just Heathcliff. Yeah, aka Heathcliff. And y'all sang. Can't wait to see what's added to the accent pile. Honey, I don't know that I can handle any more accents. I'm already pretty cooked as it is. Face the sin, save the ego. Chai tea. Hi, evil fatal error. I've only got my standard bargain bin coffee. I've decided, like, for every stream I basically switch my mouse and my keyboard to my laptop. I think this stream I'm actually going to use my laptop mouse because I don't have to use my left hand at all. Eating instant noodles as God intended. Listen, some instant noodles are really, really good. Some instant noodles are goated with the sauce. Like the cup noodles, the Nissin cup noodles that are like the curry cup noodles, bangin'. The cup noodles that are like Thai, is it Thai? Tom yum. Here I go, downloading again. Bypassing the bypass. Although the amount of time that it takes to make instant noodles, you know, you gotta boil the water. I feel like a lot of the noodles in Japan, and I know, like, I just said one thing, you have to boil the water, but then you have to wait like 3 minutes after you put it into the cup, right? Unless you're a heathen and you microwave it. But like, I figure in that time I can just cook an egg with some cheese on top and, you know, like while the water is boiling, get everything else ready, and I can have like a proper bowl of ramen with some extra protein in it for very little additional time. I think it takes me an extra like minute and a half to do the whole thing. You wouldn't download a game. I would actually download a game. Typically after I pay for it, unless such an option doesn't exist. This is the worst time to play the game, I'm gonna be honest. What do you mean it's the worst time to play the game? You mean time of day or age of game content? What do you mean? Regular maintenance compensation. Thank you for compensating me for all of that maintenance you guys just did. You got an egg boiler at home? You love that shit? Well, I mean, I think every pot, pan, or container that can hold heat or be heated and hold water is an egg boiler. So I don't know what the fuck you I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Isn't the worst time to play the game the second before maintenance because it boots you out? I feel like Necro's cooking here. I think Necro's cooking. Okay. We're in Canto Roman numeral 2. I just went through and I'm double checking right now. Wait a second. I was gonna hit the escape button, but I forgot my keyboard doesn't work anymore. We don't need it. We don't need it. We're locking in. We don't need it. You want to use your only 3-star ID, but it's Heathcliff. Heathcliff's a chud. He doesn't have aura. Heathcliff's an asshole. Being an asshole doesn't mean you have aura, because like there's that zawa energy around you. Doesn't mean that you have aura. That just means you're an asshole and people don't want to be around you. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I don't know the Wild Hunt. I know Heathcliff, and he's an asshole. The Wild Hunt hates Heathcliff more than you do. See, every time you say Wild Hunt, and I know that it's not this, but I think of Dresden Files Wild Hunt, and it gets me excited. I just love, like, I don't know, if you guys have never read the Dresden Files, highly recommend it. I just love the concept of like Santa Claus being part of a hunt that goes around and like picks up innocents and and slaughters people once a year. It's wild. A wild hunt, one might say. The vibe inside the bus wasn't all that lively. I can't imagine why. I can hear Rodia's occasional quips and a raucous Heathcliff. starting pointless quarrels with someone, probably Don Quixote or Sinclair. That sounds like the Heathcliff we all know and hate. Shouldn't have been on the naughty list, but I wonder if Santa Claus would go for people who are like really bad on the naughty list during the Wild Hunt. I feel like that would be apropos. As well as Vyoshu demanding a light for her cigarette, having run out of lighter fluid. Normally, Gregor would have been the sinner I'd rely on to bring about some much-needed levity amid such gripes and disorder. Yeah, but Gregor just took a massive hit. But now, he was one of the quietest. He was just staring out the window, seemingly lost in deep thought. Naughty list gets coal, extreme naughty list gets a bomb. Extreme naughty list gets hunted on Halloween during the Wild Hunt. One thing was for sure, though. If anyone were to blame for trashing the mood on the bus, it would be Virgilius. Virgilius straight up just like, look at him. He's not happy to be here. It's one of those consultants that gets hired and he's just there, but he's miserable about it. He just doesn't want to be there. Or a temp, right? Like he's a temp worker. The journey to retrieve the golden bow was an awfully arduous one, putting us on the brink of death, and some past that, more than several times, not to mention the occasional crises that almost had us getting kicked out of the company. Yet, Virgilius refused to put himself in our shoes. Given everything going on, it's hardly surprising that the bus is thick with sinners' bottled up frustration. In the end, Ishmael, who had enough of it, finally decided to speak
이제
up.
다음 장소는 어디인지 정도는 말해줘야 되는 거 아닌가요?
The least you could do is let us know where our next destination is, you know? Sorry about that. I was wondering whether briefing the mission to you fools would be worth the effort.
나
Ouch,
서운해지려고
that
해.
hurts. Don't you know kids who fall behind need extra care?
간곡히
And I can't
부탁하건대
help but plead for you
이번만큼은
to not embarrass me this
망신시켜주지
time.
오합지졸을
I sure
데리고
don't want to look like a teacher
소풍 가는
talking,
교사로
taking a
보이고
bunch
싶진
of grade
않으니까
schoolers out for a
특히 우리
picnic.
로지원에겐
I have high hopes for
기대가
you in
더욱
particular,
커.
Rodian.
이번엔 훌륭한
You might
가이드가
just make a good
되어줄
guide for
수도.
this tour. Huh? Sure.
내가
I know I'm
대단하다는
pretty
건 알고
exceptional,
있지만
but I'm
모르는
not sure
곳까지
what I can do to guide
가이드하기에는.
the team in a place I've never been to.
걱정 마.
Not to worry, you'll definitely
익숙하다 못해
more than feel at
친숙한
home in our
곳일
next
테니
destination.
돈에 잠길 수도 말라 죽을 수도 있는 환락의
Oh, the nest
둥지.
of hedonism, a place where you can either hit the jackpot or rock bottom with very little in between.
제이사가
J-Corp. Now she's all bricked up. Great, even Rhodey is clammed up now. You would be pissed if you were him. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Well, the thing is like, I still don't understand. I'm sure it's going to be revealed at some point, but I still don't understand how Virgilius, like, a color is here. It just doesn't, like, why? I guess the colors are for sale, but my general sense was that the colors all had, like, their own motivation and their own goals, the things that they're all locking in to do, but, like, every now and then there's an event featuring ID from LobCorp and Rona, examples being Solomon. Yeah, I'm going, like, you said words there, specifically referring to, pulls that exist. I'm glossing over it and I'm not reading those. I'm gonna pretend that I don't see anything, and I'm going to, like, immediately put that memory out of my brain. Just because I want, like, anything that pops up. I don't want to know if it's good or not, necessarily speaking, or I don't want to know, like, what exists. It's you get me, right? Like, I don't necessarily want to know. Well, that's chocolate. I don't necessarily want to know that stuff like that exists, because then if I find out something exists that I'm hyped for and I want it, I'm not gonna get it, right? Great, even Rhodey is clammed up now.
I suppose it wouldn't be so bad here, big wall where
자,
Oi,
도착하면 아무나
someone wake me
깨워라.
up over there.
공교롭게도 이번엔
Unfortunately,
지구
the
앞까지
bus will not be
모셔다 두지
dropping you off
못하게
at the branch entrance
되었습니다,
this time,
손님.
dear passenger.
가론,
Karan,
정차.
cut the bus.
가론,
정차가 뭐야?
What's park?
멈추란 뜻이다.
Vroom vroom. It means
멈추는
stop.
건 빨간색.
Stops are red. Red
Karon이
tastes bad to
맞았어요.
Karen. Muttering under her breath, Karen hits the brakes without warning, sending most of the sinners flying face first into the seats ahead while the rest were thrown to the ground. Goated. honestly, and I was not an exception. A cacophony of complaints and shouts erupted, and while I couldn't clearly catch what the sinners were yelling, I'd wager a good half of them were profanities, so perhaps it was for the best that I couldn't make them
힘이
out.
넘치는 건
Aren't we bursting
좋군.
with energy today?
내려.
Good. Now get off.
목적지까지는 한참
But it looks like
남았던데.
we've still got
아,
quite a distance to
택시를
cover.
불러줄 건가요?
Ah, are you gonna call a taxi for us?
파우스트 씨가 자세히
Miss Faust
설명해
will give you the
주겠지만
full rundown, but be
이번엔
aware
지난번
that this mission
임무와는
is going to be
많은
quite
차이가
different
있을
from the last one,
겁니다.
Dante.
왜냐하면
This is because
이번엔
you are to retrieve the
황금가지를
golden
가진
bow
후에
from the underground floor of a
귀하니까.
casino.
설마
Do you mean to
저
tell us that
골목
it's somewhere
한가운데 있는
among the brightly lit
번쩍번쩍한
buildings
건물들인가?
lined at the center of that
그래.
street? Correct.
저것들
It's one
중
of the
하나.
buildings
지난번
there.
잠입했던
The lobotomy
로봇
bridge
통치부는
facility was
오랫동안
we
방치된
infiltrated last
곳이었죠.
time was one that had been neglected for quite a
그럼
while. So you mean
그게
that
특수한
that was
경우에
the
이렇게
exception?
보면
See,
머리를 굴릴
it's
줄 아는
times like this
직원이
that remind me
없는
that this
것도
team is not
아닌데
exactly short on critical thinkers,
예전
which
작전은
only
왜
makes me
그렇게
wonder how your last
무참하게
mission ended up such a
멈췄을까?
disastrous failure. You're gonna have to forgive us for it eventually, Virgilius.
황금 가지는
The golden
많은
bow is
기술이
a potential
응축된
energy source, holding the
강력한
essence of many
에너지원이다.
technological
강한
marvels.
에너지는
With energy that powerful,
자연스럽게
people and money
돈과
are sure to
사람들을
follow, laying the
불러오고
groundwork for an entire
순식간에
civilization before you
그렇기에
know it.
이걸
Ergo.
방문할 것도
Well,
다른
actually,
집단들이 자리를 메우고
it's
있을
likely that our
가능성이
future
크다.
destinations will have been occupied by other factions and organizations as well.
또한
Which, in
하지만
turn,
왜
indicates that we should be
온갖
prepared
곳들을
to
방문해야
also
한다는
visit a
뜻이기도
wide
합니다.
variety of venues in addition to this
처음
casino.
임무는
It also
비교적
means that your
쉬운
first mission was an
편이었다는
easy one.
뜻이기도
It
하지.
makes it all the more baffling how you
멋들어지게
turned a guaranteed success
실패해버렸지만.
into a defeat. Is he always this petty and vindictive?
모르지.
Beats me. We've
단테나
only had a
우리만
bit more
봤던
time with him
기간은
than you
뭐라
have.
그랬지?
What did he say again?
Limbus
Something like,
Company에
welcome to
입사한 걸
Limbus Company.
환영한다.
I'm your guide Virgilius
나는
and all that.
방금 되게 잘
Pretty good
따라하지 않았어?
impression, wasn't
그러고
it?
보니
Gotta
무게를
admit, he
엄청
definitely
잡긴
has
했지.
that bossly, overbearing tone.
입사하자마자 퇴직원을
Nearly made
내도
me want to
되는지
quit on
몰라.
the spot. I get the feeling the rest of you had the same thought, more or less.
무슨 소리요?
Nonsense!
그것은
'Twas a
역사적인
day to
날이었지.
go down in history, to be summoned into service by the Red Gaze himself. Truly, there is no honor greater than the color of dressing your...
그래도 한 명 정도는 팬이
I guess he does
있었나
have a fan among us, after all.
그러게나
Looks like
말이야.
it. Raji and Gregor started snickering to themselves, their mood noticeably
다들
improving.
말이 필요 이상으로
That's why
많군.
Virgilius is here. Virgilius is here
버스 안에서의
for everybody
세
to
번째
hate on
규칙을
and to build like
만들고
team
싶게 하진
team
않았으면
spirit.
좋겠는데.
They're all going to use Virgilius as a mutual center of anger, aggression, and frustration to be able to build camaraderie, and that's Virgilius's purpose. And he knows it. He's self-aware. I'm hearing far too much unnecessary chatter. Don't give me a reason to add a third rule to the bus. He's their abuse
아, 그 직원들끼리 상사
But
입증할 수
in
있지.
reverse,
되게
it's like
째째하네.
they're all abuse goblins that hate each other, but then they get mutually abused by the same guy, and then they band together to, yeah, I don't know, to be better. I don't think she would show it off. I think she'd probably hide it. Come on, that's just plain petty. Employees need some space to vent about their boss, you know.
다음엔
Next time,
째짠
do it
내가
out of the
듣지
earshot of
못하는
your
것은
petty
난
boss.
보기보다
I'm more fragile than I
상처를
look, you see.
잘 봐. 다들 이만
Oh, that was a
하차하지.
smile. Right, time to get up and
이번엔
move. I sure
부디
hope to see you return with the golden
황금가지를
bow in your
든
hands
채로
this
이번에도
time.
실패하면 어떻게 할
If we
건데?
bugger it
혹시
twice.
모르지.
Who
카론이
knows?
갑자기
Chiron might
개폐 버튼을
suddenly forget
잊어버려서
which button opens the door to let you in.
빨간색.
Button, red, yucky
맛없는
color.
색이야.
이거 순 미친놈.
He's a complete psycho, this bro.
네, 뭐
UITGAAN.
네모.
And that
Come
means
내리자 뭐 저리
Shorthand for
이란
useless
뜻이다.
idiotic travelers. Go and abscond now. Heathcliff shot Ryoshu a glare as though he was ready to unload a barrage of insults at her before deflating with a long, loud sigh, like a bitch. I really don't like him. He backed down in a way that wasn't quite like his usual self, seemingly accepting the fact that caving in her skull with that bat of his wouldn't accomplish anything. Yuri is cooked. If only you could understand a word she says. Does she actually speak Japanese while everybody else is speaking Korean? I heard her say onegai shimasu, but I've been tuning out the audio because I can't understand it. Okay, all right, ladies and joims, we're gonna use characters that we have things for.
이 소...
저주를 끼얹을 것이 있나 보군요.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. Get over it, all right? We're gonna use the 3. What how many how many skins do I have? Let me check real quick. Yeah, I've got 2 for Heathcliff. 1 for Ishmael. I've got 3 for the I don't know, today's twink, what's his name? Sinclair. Yeah. I'm skin or identity concentrated. So I've got 3 total for Heathcliff and 4 for Sinclair, if you count the base skins. Even in Korean, she's unintelligible. Sangria. Are you sure you're gonna get wrecked?
와일드 헌트.
You're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Are you sure
계획을
you want to do this?
설명드리죠.
Allow me to give you a rundown of the plan. Let me explain.
황금가지에
Our
도달하기
primary
위해서
objective is to
최우선이 되어야 할
infiltrate the
건
casino
전원
incognito.
카지노 무사 잠입입니다.
This will be critical for the successful recovery of the gold
저희가
bow.
아는 정보에
According to the
의하면
information we've
입구는
acquired,
총
the
3개가
casino has
존재해요.
3
일반 손님들이
entrances.
출입하는
One for
문과,
ordinary visitors, one reserved for
VIP들만
VIPs,
이용하는
and lastly,
전용
the back door used by
아직
employees.
저희는 각
We'll
입구에
split into 3
1개씩,
groups to cover each entrance.
4명은 카지노
4 of us
딜러,
will disguise
4명은
as
일반 손님, 4명은
what?
VIP 손님으로 위장한 후
Croupier?
흩어져서 출입을 할
Croupier?
겁니다.
What the fuck is a croupier? Define some kind of soup. 4 of us will disguise ourselves as soup. Croupier, an attendant at a gambling table who collects and pays bets.
Croupier.
Croupier. And I'm guessing that the plural of croupier is just croupier.
4 of us will disguise as croupier, 4 as guests, and the last 4 will play the role of VIPs.
Working in smaller groups will certainly draw less attention.
무리 짓는 것보단 흩어지는
It is
것이
wiser
좋다.
to divide rather than unite.
누가 어떤
You
역할을
can find your
맡을지는
assigned roles in the
나눠드린
envelopes
봉투를 열어서 그리고
distributed.
이번
Also, the
작전에서마저도
company's higher-ups have
황금까지
expressed
탈환의
concern
실패
about our
앞으로의
performance.
계획에
They stress
큰
that the
차질이
company's
생길
future plans
거라는
hinge
우려가
on our
있었어요.
successful retrieval of the gold bow through this
그래서
operation.
이번엔
Therefore, we will carry out the
합동작전을 합니다.
objective by means of a joint operation.
Joint operation?
보다 전문적이고
Our partner
노련한
is a
이들로
special
이루어진
forces unit
Nimbus
consisting of
Company
professionals
특수부대.
and veterans.
지금은
I believe they are now
클리어
Monquier
부서라고
at
부르던가요?
the LLC,
잠입
short for the
작전에서만큼은
Limbus Company Clearance
저희보다
Department.
우수하다고 말할 수 있을 겁니다.
Rest assured that their abilities far exceed our own in espionage.
이미 이 정도로도
Aren't
충분히
12 people
많다고
already enough?
생각하는데요.
Anything more than that is basically a
숫자가
crowd.
중요한 게 아니라는
Guess
사실을
someone
드디어
finally
깨달았나
realized
봐.
that more isn't always
우와,
merrier.
다른 부서를 보는 건
Wowzer!
처음이네요. 어디
Zowie!
계시나요?
I haven't met staff from other teams before. Where are they now? Honglu looks around as though he was expecting Faust to introduce us to our partners any second. Needless to say, no one showed up.
We'll be
전당포로
heading
갑니다.
to the pawn shop,
요새도 그런
Is
가게들이
pawning
있나?
still a thing these
이곳은
days?
where the
전당포의
so-called
거리라고도
pawn
불릴
brokers
만큼
avenue. Most
대부분의
businesses
가게가
double as pawn
전당포로
shops
저
here.
가게가 합류
That shop
지점이에요.
over there is our rendezvous
들어가죠.
point. Let's head inside.
12 people wandering around all wearing these outfits. It's ridiculous. And yeah, I love Honglu. Oh, we got jumped? Is that what happened? So what's different? No, I don't wanna defend. I wanna see what's different about you. God damn. He's like decked out to the max. So we've got reds and purples. We're doing a lot of sinking. Okay.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Tier 3 unlocks really cool stuff.
직접
His defense skill is how he mounts the horse.
가라는군요.
I thought you guys were joking when you said he has a horse.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
일이 새롭다니까요? 전략입니다.
What is this, like wave 2? Those guys got completely obliterated.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
매일 새롭다니까요.
It's like not even fair.
새롭다니까요.
Kanto 2 still baby mode, I assume.
그 너무 우르르 들어오는 거 아니요?
Ain't
가뜩이나
too many
좁아터진
visitors at
가게구만.
once. The shop's
그럼
cramped as it
물어볼
is.
거요? 아니면
So which one
마작점으로
do
볼
y'all
거요?
prefer to test your luck on? Trumps, Mahjong? As we entered the shop, we were met with a gruff meeting of an
저게
old
뭐라는
pawnbroker.
What's that blight all about?
저만
Am I the
주위에서
only
악마
one here
책자
who read up on
읽어본
J
거예요?
Corp? Virgilius gave us a
베르빌리우스 씨가
pamphlet
떠나기
to
전에
peruse
뭐,
before we left.
표지
I
정도는
vaguely
봤던
remember
것
checking
같기도.
out the
이곳에서는
cover.
그날 하루의
Here,
운에 따라서
you get loaned
받을
different
수 있는
amounts depending on your
지불금도
fortune
달라져요.
for the day.
대복이면 값을 더
Drawing great fortune
줄어주겠지만
rewards you
흉에
with bonus cash,
가까워질수록
but the closer
금전도
you
못
draw
건지게
to
되는 거죠.
misfortune, you'll be paid far under the pawn's value.
아,
Oh, that
그러고 보니
reminds me.
우리 집은
My family
아예
had
점을
hired
보는
dedicated
사람들을
fortune
집을
tellers
나오기
before.
직전에 봤던
They
점에
divined a great
대복을
fortune for me
뽑았는데
before I left.
이렇게
That
다
must
같이
have been a
만날
sign that I
운명을
would join
암시한
all
거였나
of
봐요.
you wonderful people on my journey.
와, 유복한 집에서
Good for you.
신선놀이나 해왔던
Must have
게
been nice
당신의
enjoying the high
운명이라니.
life with fancy
저도
pastimes in that
다음에는 그런
mansion of
운명으로
yours.
태어나길 기도해야겠네요.
That come bundled with a silver spoon fortune? Maybe I should start praying for that kind of luck in my next life, if there's even one. Ishmael, there's no reason to be a dick. I mean, we're all proletariat. We're all
난
proles here.
사양이야.
I'm
저런
good.
놈들이
It's well off
알고
gets
보면
like
더
him that
더럽게
tend
노는
to play
법이거든.
dirty.
그럴 수도
Not
있겠네요.
mahjong. Mahjong's
저도
fun.
어렸을 때부터 제
You might be
동생하고는
right,
같이 놀기
actually.
싫었던
I
것
didn't
같아요.
like to get along with my younger
맨날
sibling when I was
반칙을
little.
쓰면서
Always
심술을
tried to cheat
부렸거든요.
and grouch if things didn't go as desired.
아니 내가 말한 건 그런 뜻이
No,
아니고.
that's not what I meant by playing dirty.
다들 점 볼 거요 말
So you
거요?
want to get your fortune told or not?
그런데 시방
Actually,
조당 잡을
forget
걸
fortune
가지고 있긴
telling.
한
Did
거요?
you people even bring
다들
anything to pawn?
행색이.
I'm not seeing any glowies on you. The pawnbroker glanced over each sinner with a dubious look under his eyes. With a dubious look until his eyes landed on me. Oh,
저 시계
that
머리는
clock head might
값이
fetch a
되긴
good
얼마를
sum.
예상하는데 영감?
How much do you think it'll sell for, old pal? Rhodia, why are you even asking him
연락
like that?
받으셨을지 모르겠지만
As you were likely
저희는
contacted
림버스
in
컴퍼니
advance,
소속으로
we are from Livis Company, and
Unfortunately, neither the sinners nor the pawnbroker was paying any attention to Faust's words. Wisdom. I can't understand mahjong, so the game's like it's poker. Mahjong's just poker. It's literally it's just poker, but your hand is a lot bigger. Yeah, but I understand poker. Do you understand poker? Isn't Balatro like not poker? It's like goofy goober poker. It's like aces, deuces, one-eyed jacks, and eights are wild poker. Unfortunately, I've never played Balatro. I have no idea. Unfortunately, neither the sinners nor the pawnbroker was paying any attention to Faust's words.
아, 이 손수건은 집 나올 때
Oh, I
가져왔던
did bring
건데요.
this handkerchief with me when I left home.
비단의
A dragon
용자수를
embroidered
놓아
on silk? That's some
바늘감이
meticulous
꼼꼼한 게
needlework,
이
which might net,
정도면
let's see, 7 million?
700만.
그깟
아.
천조각이
A
그렇게
common
비싸다고?
piece of cloth for
네
worth that
썩어버린 거
much.
아니야 영감?
You better check them eyeballs for cataracts, you old geezer.
뭐? 이런 고급품을 못 알아봐.
What? Don't you recognize the
그런
quality in
고물
his
반지를
craftsmanship?
끼고
No
있으니.
wonder. Guess that explains why you're parading around that ratty ring on your finger like it's real treasure. Tisk tisk.
뭐라고 했냐?
What did you just
야,
say? Oi,
잠깐
out of my
비켜봐.
way, I'm all...
야.
Oi!
아우 시끄러. 단테,
He's so
얘네 좀 조용히
obnoxious.
시켜줘.
Jeez, cut it out. Hey Dante, shut them up or something.
걱정했잖아요, 파우스트.
You had us worried, Faust. Amid the racket of the pawn shop's chaos, I could make out a remarkably kind and gentle voice carrying
보기로
through.
한 시간은 4시였는데
You're 15 minutes late to our agreed upon rendezvous time at 4.
당신이
Surely
시계
you
보는
haven't
법을
forgotten how to read a
까먹었을 리는
clock.
없네.
I
버스를
certainly
운전한
haven't,
건
but I was
제가
also
아니니까요.
not the one charged with driving the
아하.
bus.
Aha,
그래서
is
이런
that why you're
시계
letting this
인간까지
clock
데리고
human
다녔구나.
tag along with you? I
알람
suppose they didn't come with the
기능까지는
timer
없었네.
function. Following the gentle voice was the snide remark of a man who didn't even attempt to hide his disdain. What a turd. Hey, that's a bit harsh. Let's at least try to leave better first impressions. I know my voice won't be heard by anyone other than the sinners, but I still can't help but get upset whenever people are rude to me.
너야?
Oh, so it was
이번에
you.
황금가지 탈환
You guys are
작전
the team that botched the
말아먹으리라.
golden bow retrieval last
도시에서
time.
손꼽힌다는
Folks had
천재가
high
속한
expectations for your
팀이라길래
team. That was some of the
주위에서
smartest
기대가
people in the city being on it.
어쩐지
No
파우스트
wonder. That
씨
explains the look on
표정이
Miss
계속 안 좋아.
Faust's
제 표정은
face.
항상
My
동일했어요.
facial expression has remained unchanging.
야, 너 왜 가만히 있어?
Hey, this bloke's
얘도
also the
나름
brain sort.
두뇌파야. 무시하지
Don't brush
말라고.
him off. Aren't you gonna say something?
Heathcliff gave Yi Sang a sideways glance, only to be met with a lukewarm response. I shall not, as that would be a hollow bone.
너 지하에서만 해도 말
Oh,
많지 않았냐?
remember you being a
왜
little
갑자기 또
chattier in
이상해진
that
거야?
basement? Who am I dealing with now? An old lookalike or something?
You deal with what I deal with, the congenital self-same reflection of my mirrored self.
됐다.
What's that about? I deal, saw. Saw. Oh, forget it.
첫 번째 임무는
Our
애초에
first
실패를
mission
염두에
was
둔
devised with
계획이었어요.
failure in mind.
He's saying, what the fuck does that mean? Genuinely, I'm so glad we decided to read him in Southerner. Like, it his dialogue is so like, I was gonna say goofy. It's so heady. He uses philosophy speak. Bro's just saying shit. Those are words, I think.
Our first mission was devised with failure in mind. We needed an opportunity to see what sort of potential each
그랬던
sitter
거였어?
had.
Wait, so that's what it was?
처음부터 목표가
An operation with
실패인
failure
작전이라니.
as its objective.
작전이라고
That hardly
부르기도
qualifies as a mission.
베르길리우스님은 어디
By the
갔죠?
way, is Mr. Virgilius here?
그분
I
얼굴이라도
volunteered to
볼 수
assist with the
있을까
operation
싶어서
mainly for a
작전에
chance to get to
합류하겠다고
see him.
할 건데요.
그분도 쪽팔렸겠지.
He must have
이런
been
애들이랑
embarrassed to
같이
be in their
다닌다고
company.
생각해봐.
Imagine having to babysit people like them.
그 자식.
Is that why you saw that sword drop was so
우리가
far away
쪽팔려서?
from the entrance because he was ashamed of us?
Like,
왜 비하
he's
발언에는
like,
반박을
he's like
아무도 안 하는
he's like a
건데요?
6-year-old bully. Like, these two are the ones insulting us. Why are we getting mad at someone who's not
그리고
even here? In any case,
자기소개라도
if
해야
they're not going to
잘난 척이든
introduce
허세든
themselves, we
의미
have zero
있어진다는
reason to
거
give a damn
몰라요?
about their grandstanding.
이번에 합동 작전을 하게
These
될
two will
분들이에요.
be our cooperators for this
Limbus
mission.
Company
They're from
클리어
Limbus
부서.
Company Clearance Department, also
LCC에서
known as the
오셨습니다.
LCC.
비포팀까지 붙여주시죠.
Please add before
전
team
소두고
there if you
이
don't
사람은
mind.
에피랍니다.
I'm Sod. This here is Effie.
뭐 우리가
So
박수라도
what,
쳐줘야
are you
되는 거.
expecting us to burst into applause?
우와 반가워요.
Wonderful. It's a pleasure. Hong Lu, my sweet baby. It's the only person on the team who welcomed them with total sincerity. He almost even gave a standing ovation. As the rest of the sinners stared at the before team duo with either cold hostility or wary glances, the awkward introduction session finally came to an end. The one good rich person. Didn't he like Jesus his wealth though? Like, I mean,
너무
Jesus
띄워주실
didn't have the
필요는
wealth to like
없어요.
give away, but didn't he
단테님
like, you know,
덕분일 거예요.
do that thing where he just like gave everything away and was like, I give up my birthright. I'm gonna join this ragtag band of goofballs. I like him. I think he's a good boy. He's just on a
자,
journey.
이번 작전은요.
Now, for this mission,
저희가
we'll
숟가락으로 떠먹여 줄
we'll
테니까
basically
그냥
spoon
입을
feed you
벌려서
everything. All you
골고루
have to do is
씹기만
open
하면
wide and
됩니다.
chew up the simple
여기
tasks.
봉투든
Check the
문서든
documents in this
확인하시고
envelope and do
거기에
exactly,
적혀있는 대로
precisely as
그대로만
the papers say. Joy Sod patronizingly dragged out that bell, needled me a bit, but I decided not to argue. Besides, even if I did, all she'd hear would be the ticking of a
뭐야?
clock. There's hardly any
말로는
joining
공존하면서
forces
함께할
in this
생각은 전혀 없고
so-called joint operation,
그냥
is there?
뒷공문이나
You're
쫓아가라는
basically
소리고.
ordering us to stick to your tail. This is
이것들이
downright
누구를
insulting.
무지리로
Are they
알아?
taking us for pushovers or what?
관리자님,
Look,
이거
manager,
그대로
we've got to
두고
put our foot down and do as they say, I guess.
얘네들이 준 문서요.
The documents they gave us,
완벽해요.
they're
이것
flawless.
봐요.
Look at this.
동선까지
There are
전부
roots drawn out and
들어있어요.
everything. It's been ages since I
깔끔하고
saw a plan this
체계적으로
clear and meticulous.
확실히
Mm-hmm,
제대로
precisely.
된 작전
This is
계획을
certainly
써봤다는
indicative
티가
of their
나는 거야.
knowledge and experience in drafting a proper plan, proper plans of operation.
물론
Ah, this isn't to say that it holds a candle to the level of forethought you display, executive manager. Get your nose out of my asshole. God damn. Convinced by Ishmael's commendation, I opened the envelope and carefully read the rundown of the operation. Put simply, the objective of the mission could be summed up as follows. Operation Reach the Top Floor. What really motivated the plan was the first place prize up for grabs into today's table games. According to the briefing document, the only way to access the area containing the golden bow is to win the competition on the casino's top floor. The game will bring together 4 syndicates that jointly bid on the casino. And of those 4, the name we are to take is that of the infamous Ting Tang Gang?
이름이 조직의 성격까지
A name doesn't
대변해주진
necessarily
않아요.
represent the nature of an
예, 좀
organization.
편견일
Believing
뿐이지.
otherwise is nothing more than shallow prejudice.
편견이라는 색깔 안경을 구태여 끼우는
It
것은
is unideal
이성적이지 아니야.
for one to choose to see things through the tinted lens that is biased.
What do you know about what's ideal, Yi Sang? Your voice, the accent we chose for you is what's ideal. Right. Anyway, back to the plan. Masquerade is the boss of the Ting Tang clan and win the gamble. Afterward, proceed to the underground floors to find the golden bow. Until then, we are to make use of the pawn shop's items and clothing to slip into the casino undercover, blend in as either a VIP patron or a dealer per our assigned roles, and wait for the top floor team to win the game and give the go-ahead. That's about it for the outline of this plan, I think. No, hold on. Won't this entire thing fall apart if our player loses the game? We've prepared fake identifications as well, just in case the casino security decides to do a run of inspections on visitors.
다 좋은데.
Sure, that's all fine and dandy, but
꼭대기층에
how do you
근무를
plan
했으면
to
어떻게
win a
이겼지?
game on
우리
a top
복장을
floor?
보면 감이
What do you
잡히지
think these
않아?
get-ups are
카지노
for?
딜러로
We
자연스럽게
practiced for
섞이기
months
위해
to pass
몇
off as
개월을
bona
연습했지.
fide. I can't remember how to pronounce it. Croupier? Croupier. We practiced for months to pass off as bona fide croupier.
알아서 좋은 패를 넘겨줄 거야.
We'll make sure the winning
눈만
hands come
멀쩡히
your way.
달려있으면
The game's already in the
이기는
bag.
건
All you
걱정할
need is a
필요가
working pair of eyes. Yeah, a working pair of eyes, Effie repeated under his breath, giving us a brief but pointed side eye. Just cheat, Lamau. He's making it painfully obvious he has zero faith in us. And how exactly are we going to take the place of the Ting Tang Gang's boss?
카지노에서 제공되는 식사에 수면제를 섞을 거예요.
We'll put
주방장이랑도
sedatives in the
얘기가
food served at the
끝났답니다.
casino. We've already finished negotiating the deals with the head shop.
수면제.
Sedatives.
Sod and Effie shot each other a knowing wink. That brief exchange alone spoke volumes. It was clear that they considered themselves the perfect duo who needed no words to understand one another.
사장님,
Sir,
지낼
you wouldn't
때
mind if we took a look
여기서부터
at the items on
저기까지
display, would you?
물건들 좀 보고
From this
있을게요.
side to all the way over there?
아이고.
Yes,
예,
oh,
그럼요.
sure. Take all the
천천히
time you
둘러보세요.
need, ma'am. In a heartbeat, the pawnbroker's disdain melted into kowtowing. The old man bowed so deeply that his head was almost level with the floor.
그럼 다들
Now
진열장에서
Let's
알맞은
take what we
물건을
need from the
가져와.
display.
이거
Oh my, this
굿샷
one here.
디자이너가 제작했던
It's a
브로치죠?
Gupchet designer brooch, isn't it? Ah,
이걸
you truly
알아보시는
got
분이
the eyes of a
계실 줄이야.
connoisseur,
저희
sir.
전당포에
This piece is
대들고
our shop's
있죠.
pride and joy. Only
이렇게밖에
10 were
제작이
ever
안
made.
돼서
So it's
아마
no
푸르게
surprise
가지.
that people are willing to pay whatever the price is called for.
저희 집 강아지가
My dog used
산책할
to have
때마다
one of
끼고
these on
다니는
its
목줄
collar whenever we took it
장식이었어요.
out for walkies.
아,
It's so
다시
nice to
보니까
see something that
너무
brings back
반갑네요.
pleasant memories.
나는 이 소가죽으로 만든 장갑이
I'm down
탐나는데
for these cowhide gloves.
이걸
Whoever
샀던
had them
녀석은 아마
must have
패션
been a
센스가 봉투에
fashionista.
적혀 있는 대로
Please stick to the items
가져가세요.
listed in the envelopes.
각자
You have
맡은
roles to
일.
play. Prithee, the envelope I have received saith janitor. Surely this is a most grievous error.
다 좋은데.
Okay,
돈은
it's good
어떻게
and all,
지불할
but
작정이?
do you have the money to pay for all this?
격
That kind of
떨어지게
hand
예산
wringing over
걱정을 왜
budget,
하는 거야?
way above your pay
이
grade,
블랙
isn't it?
카드로는
Don't stress.
못 끊는
One
게
swipe of
없어.
this black card can buy anything you can
Dante.
imagine.
어떻게
Dante,
된 거야?
you've got some explaining to do. I remember you telling me we can't have prime cut beef because we don't have the
수준
budget.
이상의 성과를
So
보이는
the rumors
회사에게
were true. Teams with
회사에서
standout
한도 없는
performance
카드를
are issued
준다는
no-limit cards.
While everyone was shocked by the proven existence of the fabled black card, a loud voice boomed in from outside
어이
the shop.
할배.
Hey, you old
오늘까지
fart.
제니스 내야
Didn't
한다는
I
거.
say your payment
나만-
was due today? A man who, even at first glance, clearly belonged to a vicious syndicate, swaggered into the pawn shop.
한 번만 봐주십시오.
Shouldn't you be wearing,
다음에는
like,
꼭
actual, like, clothes?
납부하겠습니다.
Please forgive me. Give me this one more chance. I swear I'll have the money ready the next time you visit.
한 번?
One more chance. Can't you do basic math, you old
못해?
cunt? You said the same thing last time.
지난번에도 똑같이
Boss won't
말했잖아.
like me wasting precious
내가
time
멋진 내 숫자 공부
reteaching you
봐주느라
kindergarten, you
형님한테
hear?
저같이
I'm
힘없고
just a weak,
몸도 섭지
frail
않은
old
노인
man.
내한테
There's really nothing you'll gain
어머머머,
by shaking me
무시.
down. Pleading in an exaggeratedly loud voice, the pawnbroker flicked a glance at us from the corner of his eye. Got a mouth on you, don't you? Yeah, that's it. Lose your shit and show me what you can do. It'll make me feel a whole lot less guilty about having to do this to you. The way the old man looked at us seemed to waver between outright frustration and an unspoken demand for immediate assistance. All the noise of the ongoing row now began to draw the attention of the sinners. The hell are you looking at? Mind your own business. Now that was so cliche that I couldn't even be bothered to reply. Would it kill you for these dicks? Would it kill for these dicks to be creative for once?
도와줘야 하는 거 아닐까요?
You forgot you can get to the point where you can be butt booty naked and can't be punched without a hell of a lot of pain. Augments and stuff. Yeah, augments and stuff. But I generally like my general sense is like of the world that we're in is that like augments that allow you to be like down to essentially your bare skin are expensive. The ones that like the android guys, the android bodies that the people had, those ones were cheap because they were not humanoid. Like this guy looks like a dude who's got a ton of tattoos. So he's either from a really rich syndicate or he's got a gold chain. Are you sure that's a gold chain? It could be oh, what's the name of that? Something, what's the name of Fool's Gold? I can't remember the name of it. It could be fake. Pyrite, that's it, yeah. Shouldn't we help out? Maybe? Unlike Ishmael, who scoffed at the goon without a care, Sinclair turned an anxious glance his way. It is what it is. The backstreets play by their own rules, and that's what maintains the complex web of their society. Outsiders like us will only cause a bigger scene if we try to step in. Satisfied by the sinner's decision to stay out of it, the goon carried on with his shakedown. If you ain't got money, why don't you pay your dues another way instead? Not the first time we gave you the chance. Anything but that, I'm begging you. He said, blow me. Are we really gonna let this happen? May I step in if the situation displeases you, Executive Manager? Anyhow, what did that thug mean by another way? A currency more valuable than money exists in this district. It's a known fact that the J-Corp Singularity is a powerful security technology capable of locking anything. What is less known, however, is the extensive cultural and historical background of the corporation's backstreet that has led to the Singularity's creation.
History? You really gonna start lecturing us now, right here? I didn't sign up for buddy school.
Oh my fucking god. Heathcliff. That's all Faust does. That's literally all she does. Lock his penis so he can't pee. In spite of Heathcliff's heated opposition, Faust went on with her explanation. Of course she did.
Here at J-Corp, they utilize technology to extract something called wish power from people. However, it remains largely unknown beyond the district as it lacks sufficient generality to be classified as a singularity. In simpler terms, it is a way to process luck into a commodity that can be traded like a currency. The existence of such a technology consequently brought forth the need for needs to stop others from forcibly extracting wish power, leading to the creation of a security technology that ultimately developed into the singularity we know today.
야, 파우스트.
Christ. She
이놈들한테
does
눈높이 교육
straight up
시키느라
just well
고생이
actually
많겠다.
fucking everything. Gee wee, Faust must be tiring having to dumb everything down for these thickheads. It's fine. This was well within my anticipated scenario.
The way you're talking is proper pissing me off.
Alright, pick out the items you need from the display and let's get out of here. Saad waved the scheduled packed document at us as if to make a point that we had no time to spare. We're salaried workers, not heroes, fighting for justice, okay? Wait, not that word. A sudden flash of dread rushed through my mind, urging me to make sure that every sinner was in my sight. That isn't exactly in step with a certain someone's principles. And it's the kind of thinking that would severely provoke her. Ishmael seems to have noticed what I meant and hurriedly looked around. Dost thou presume to purloin the treasures of others? Verily, this deed is naught but utter villainy. Oh no, Don Quixote! I tried to stop her, but it was a moment too late. Don Quixote had already bolted forward, swinging her lance at the ting-tanger, who was gripping the pawnbroker by the collar. Bonk! She caught the goon completely off guard, and the blunt end of her lance struck him squarely on the head. He dropped to the floor with a discordantly whimsical smack, and everyone in the pawn shop watched his unconscious heap for a solid minute.
Ah, for your
참고로
information,
수감자들을
keeping the
통제하는
sinners in check is
제게
not part of
주어진
my
업무를
job
포함되지
description.
않았어요.
That would be the responsibility of this
이쪽 분의
employee.
역할이죠.
Don't give me that look. What was I even supposed to do there? I knew my words, my voice, wouldn't carry beyond the sinners, but that didn't stop me from arguing my case anyway. Then again, even if Sod and Effie could hear me protest, I doubt it would have done anything to mitigate their slack-jawed bafflement. Oh. The pawnbroker was the only one delighted by this turn of events.
그놈 꼴
Serves him
좋네요.
right, but I gotta say, you could have smacked his head a tad harder.
베르길리우스가
Virgilius did counsel me that though I am free to mete out justice upon villains, I must do so without involving those who are irrelevant to the mission, 'tis why I did temper my hand. That self-satisfied, proud look on her face grated on my nerves like never before. Uh-huh, so you knew exactly what he told you and still went charging in anyway. Verily, 'twas a deed compelled by mine own creed. I beseech thee to understand the virtue in this act of violence.
그런데
Not to kill the mood, but that ruffian isn't actually dead, is he?
방금
Pretty
전까지는
sure you wished he'd
아쉬워하지
gotten it
않았어?
worse back there, old
그건
man.
그렇지만
I did, but it'd cause me problems in more ways than one if the Eurodivier got mixed up in this.
유로지비?
The
걔네가 왜
Eurodivier.
여기에?
What would
아니,
they
그보다
show up here?
걔네 걱정을 왜
No,
하는 거야?
wait. Why are you even worried about them in the first place?
아이고,
Not up to date with the news, are you, ma'am? They've been causing trouble here for months now. Are they villains as well?
아유, 저희한테는 악당이죠. 뭐라
Oh
그랬더라.
yes, they're villains
돈을
alright to
훔치고 있는
small-time
장사치들을
shopkeepers like
쫓아서
us. They're always
힘든
going on
사람에게
about, what
나눠야
was it,
한댔나?
shaking down money-grubbing
오예
merchants and
분배라
giving the take to
하던데.
people in need. Some kind of distribution, they call it.
부의 재분배.
The redistribution of wealth. He's red marks.
아 맞아요. 그거.
That's it, yes! Those
우리들이
scoundrels
무슨
are
돈이
robbing us,
있다고.
poor
심지어
saps of
자기들이
what
와서
little
그러는
wealth
것도
we
아니에요.
have, and
매번
they don't
이
even
지역
do the dirty
깡패들을
work
시켜서 끌고
themselves.
다니다니까요.
It's always the local brutes they send. Can you believe it?
하여간
Life's
지들이
been
오른
hard
일
for us with
한답시고
those
기세
self-righteous
등등하게 다녀서
thugs turning the
힘들어요.
streets upside down.
처음에는
It
뭘
seemed
찾으려고
like they
하는
were
것
here
같았는데
searching for something at
이제는
first, but all they do
돈이나
now
뺏고.
is squeeze money out of us.
근데 말이야.
I just realized,
우리
shouldn't we be taking
피해야
off now?
하지
More
않을까?
ting-tang
콩콩이
bruisers
파들이
could be headed this
들이닥칠지도
way.
모르는데.
By God, the greatest evil there is. It seemed like Rhodia deliberately cut off the pawnbroker in a hurry, but I had little time to think about the whys and wherefores. The gang member Don Quixote had knocked the gun. God, I am fucking cooked today. I cannot read. More so than the average Project Moon player. I cannot fucking read out loud today. The gang member Don Quixote had knocked out started to twitch. Clearly, he wasn't going to be out for much longer.
골치 아프게.
What a headache. Now you've made the problem
쓸데없이
bigger than it
이만
had to be. Hey, Muffin
머핀과
Sable.
소보를 했나? 아,
Was
너무
that
표정
Muffin
보이지
and
말라고.
Sable, was it?
몰려 있는 게 전당포잖아.
Don't be so tart now.
얼마든지
I like
대체를-
that. Thank you, Gregor. There are plenty of pawn shops around here, right? We can always find another.
에피랑
It's
소드예요.
Effie and Sod.
사람
Please
이름을
don't mistake our
맛있게
names for
만들어주시잖아.
confections.
그리고
And yes, you're right in
전당포라는
pointing out that there are
뜻은
plenty of pawn
이
shops in the
소동을
vicinity.
눈치챈
But
모든
what you don't
전당포가
seem to get is that every
문을
last one of
닫을
them will
거라는
close
소리랍니다.
up once they hear what happens here. Don Quixote,
바보들한테 일일이
I'm getting
설명하기도
fed up with
이제
having to spell every
지친다.
little thing out for these
얼른
idiots.
나가자.
Let's just be on our way. Just as we were about to leave, a figure dressed much like the one we'd knocked out with a face just as menacing stormed
어이
into the shop.
영감.
Hey
우리
yo,
막내 보지
Codger,
못-
have you seen our little...
으쌰, 이게 다
Wee,
무슨 일이냐?
slimy! What's going on here? We tried our hardest to pass ourselves off as innocent customers who just happened to be in the pawn shop at the worst possible time, and of course, as luck would have it, the knocked out thug began to come to his
어떤
senses.
새끼야? 어서
Where's the
말해.
motherfucker who did this
내가
to you?
아주
Tell me!
사질 찢어줄란게.
That bean's gonna regret the day they grew stems. What?
저기.
Over there. That red clockhead. What? The direction his finger was pointing at was far too clear for me to play dumb. And honestly, there was no getting around it. Red clockhead was too distinctive. There wouldn't be a single other person in this entire district who even comes close to that
또 파심에
description.
덧붙이지만 저는
Just so you don't get the wrong
전혀
idea,
모르는
I have
일입니다.
nothing to do with these
이제 막
people or what
얼음찜질을
happened here.
해드리려고
I was just about to
손을
get some
가지고
ice and a
가려던
towel for that
참이었었죠.
bump on the poor fellow's head.
내가
That's
진짜-
mommy careful.
기대도 안 했지만
I didn't expect this
죽더라고는
geezer to
바람에
hold his
흔들리는
ground, but he's
갈대만도
really got a
못하네요.
sneaky read for a backbone. Snaky read for a backbone? Although it stung a bit to see the pawnbroker sell us out at the drop of a hat, not to mention having to endure the thug's barrage of insults. One of them, a clock-related slur. Two, over something I wasn't even responsible for. I was determined to keep my cool.
야, 여기 작것들
둬. 동작 그만.
I would get out. Are you joking me? Absolutely. Ja, Freeloto's over there. Stop, freeze, where are you? Because it was clear as day that we're going to have to hightail it out of here right now. If I kept letting every trivial little thing get under my skin, it wouldn't be long before I got beaten to a pulp. No need to run. Let's just kill them all and be done with it.
아주 콩콩이
Sure.
뿌리째
What's next?
뽑아내셔
Why don't you take the whole syndicate? Take on the whole syndicate while you're at it.
그것도 나쁘지 않겠어.
Sounds like a
악의
plan.
무리는
The forces of evil must be swiftly uprooted. That the banner of justice may be lifted up
저기,
high.
너희 중엔
Is there
정신이
even a single
똑바로
person
박혀
on
있는
your team
직원이
who's
정말
actually
없는
in
거야?
their right mind? Ishmael bristled at the offending remark and seemed ready to snap back. But to me, the sight of Ting Tang goons readying their weapons was more pressing matter. First, let's get the heck out of here. The pointless chapter. I'm getting filler episode from this for sure. I'm a little irritated that I didn't get to do any combat in that last one.
뒤따르죠.
True to Saad's prediction, every pawnbroker was busy closing their shops to avoid getting roped into trouble. You bastards! Don't you dare take another step! You think you can mess with our family and just walk away, huh? Tiny fave?
집단들은
What is it with
꼭
these
서로를
syndicates and their
가족이라고
family
부르죠.
nonsense? Is that really their
어떤
best
무대감을
attempt at inspiring
쥐어짜내야
some
하니까?
misplaced camaraderie?
소중한 막내 동생 이마에
Look at that swelling you put on our precious
생겨버렸잖아.
youngin's head.
맙소사.
I wish I could do
이런 건 계획이
Gandolfini.
없었는데.
For goodness sake, this is going completely off script. Effie pressed a hand to his head as though he were getting a really bad migraine. I had half a mind to suggest that he keep some painkillers on hand if a contingency like this was all it took to give him a migraine, but thought better of it. With no head of my own, the jab wouldn't have hit home, much less have been heard.
어이 너희들 이제까지 우리들을 쓸모없는 버러지처럼 취급했었지?
The Wild, I mean, like I've seen him. He looks neat. He does a lot of damage. I kind of assumed that basically the higher star or higher tier characters would be OP. So he seems broken strong for where I'm at, but it's still Heathcliff. You can't untether the strong character from Heathcliff. It's like Kina from Final Fantasy IX. Like completely obnoxious. Like very, very interesting as like a character overall, but just annoying to read. Like all of her dialogue is, or all of their dialogue is trash. Just really, really bad. But yeah, there's every game's got a character that I genuinely distaste. This game, it's Heathcliff. Although there are a couple of characters I'm not a huge fan of. You two, you thought we were good for nothing lice all along, didn't you? You've been looking at us as if we were lumps of filth and waste clogging the sewers.
그렇게까지
I
말하진
don't think
않았어,
anyone spoke of us
오티스.
that harshly, Otis.
하지만 왜 우리
Have you
부서가
never wondered why we,
황금가지를 탈환하는
the bus
막중한
team,
임무에
were
놓였는지?
entrusted with the momentous
이유가
task
궁금하지
of
않았나?
claiming the golden bows? And why is that, huh,
이유?
ma'am? Even Effie seemed taken aback by Otis's imposing
비록 다른
attitude.
자들이 오수 속에
While
절여서
I don't disagree
폐기물이라는
that
건
these others are
동감한다.
worthless refuse, soaked through head to toe in sewage, figuratively speaking. No,
그렇게
seriously,
생각하는 건
you're the only one who
당신뿐이라니.
thinks that.
오티스 씨는
Miss Otis, you've thought
항상
of us
저희를-
like that this whole
나는
time?
무전무패의 역사를
Never
가지고
once
있고
have I tasted defeat,
관리자님은
and our executive
불사에
manager
가까운
here has
치유를
the
할 수
power
있는
to restore us
소생
from
능력을
death
지니고
itself,
있으시지.
making us practically immortal.
사실 둘만
To
있어도
be frank,
충분해.
just the two of us
베르길리우스
would be
그
sufficient as the bus
나와는
team,
생각이 다른
though
모양이지만.
that conniving weasel Virgilius seems to think
어쨌든
otherwise. The point
아무리
is, no
무서운
matter how
전투를
many fights
치러도
these pieces of
폐기물들은
detritus
폐기되지 않는다.
are thrown into, they won't be
폐기물인
worn
채로
down. They'll keep
그대로
coming
부활할
back
뿐이다.
as the same piles of trash they were before dying. Gregor,
멋지다는 듯이 말하긴 했지만
that sure is an
결국
impressively
저희를
motivating way to
쓰레기
tell us you
취급하는
think we're all living,
것뿐이었네요.
breathing pieces of garbage.
머저리들.
Morons.
적군들이 몰려오는 거야.
Hostiles incoming.
준비되셨습니까?
Orders, executive manager. Imagine being called Effie. I feel like that's a nickname I've heard before. Isn't that what God damn it. I want to say it's like a Jewish character said that. as a nickname of somebody in a movie I watched whenever I was a kid. Was it Snatch? Was it the movie Snatch? I can't remember. It's been ages. I've heard it before, is what I'm getting at.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
속에서
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen it, but I've heard. I've heard he's a real fancy boy and has a horse.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
저주 속에 가라앉군요.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
좋은 전략이다.
I'll do the thing just so that we can see it. If he does it, I don't know. I didn't see anything special happen. Oh, there it is.
달릴 시간이다.
He summoned his horsey.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
내일 새롭다니까요. 내일 새롭다니까요.
Gun him down. I don't even think we're gonna get to
좋은
use.
전략입니다.
Yeah, we didn't really get to use any attacks with the horse.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Peter, the horse is here. Have you read his kit and all of his special? You want me to read? I'm a Project Moon gamer now. I don't read. No, I haven't.
좋은 전략입니다.
I'm still miffed that the game gave me Heathcliff after how much I dislike him.
내일 새롭다니까요.
Like genuinely, I think any other character would have been, I would have been stoked for literally any other character. I'm still irritated that it's
아,
Heathcliff.
너무 띄워주실 필요는 없어요. 단테님
We
덕분일
did it.
거예요.
Oh, that's the end of that one. How about that? We're like still at the beginning of Kanto 2, aren't we? Well, let's take a peek. Summary. Skills. I mean, I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be looking at here. I did look at this. I did see he's got defense, the clashable counter thing, and Dullahan. Gain 1 Dullahan next turn, once per turn. If the unit has Dullahan, lose Dullahan. I don't know. Seems like I don't necessarily get if this unit has Dullahan, lose 10 SP. I don't know exactly what you need to up-tie him to get most of those. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've heard up-tie as a thing that exists, but I don't have any of the resources to do any of that. I'm not particularly concerned as long as I'm face rolling all of the content. I don't think it's necessarily important for me to hit harder or do better. 100% real Project Moon fan. You mean because I can't fucking read? While on the horse, every kill gives him buffs. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know what all the special fancy stuff is. I think at this stage where I'm at in the game, I don't think a lot of it comes into play or is necessary at all.
별거 아니었네.
They made for pathetic foes, barely counted as a warm-up.
콩콩이 판은 이 거리
The
일대를
Ting
지배하고
Tang
있던 집단이야.
Ting
한 번의
Tang
전투로
Gang
끝날 게 아닌
practically owned this stretch of the back streets. A single battle won't put an end to... Effie had barely finished speaking when additional Ting Tangers began spilling out of the alleyway. Who sent ya haircuts? Haircuts?
조직을 건드는
Haircut?
거요.
What's a haircut? If that's a new way to insult somebody, I have to know. We're gonna define haircut. A ragout or stew of meat with beans and other vegetables.
Haricot.
Haricot. A ragu or stew of meat with beans and other vegetables. What is this, like poor people food? He's just calling me poor people food? Django is a very good movie. Who sent you Haricot to meet to mess with us on our turf? What's the origin of that word? I want to know, like, these guys, they're wearing like Hawaiian shirts or whatever, and these are exactly the same two guys that we just killed. They're all like wearing the same face and Hawaiian shirts and tattoos. Like, where are they supposed to be? Like, where's their inspiration from? We are the proud soldiers of Limbo. Effie clamped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth before she could finish. Have you completely lost it? Do you want the entire district coming down on us? More incoming. We await your command, executive manager. Kill them all. Just gun them down. Haricot's a bean, depending on whom you ask. We are small beans. We always have been, ever since Lobotomy Corporation. We always were beans. I think the concept is, I don't know if he's calling us beans, but Haricot, the number one, it's like a bean, a string bean, a common string bean. Why did he just call us little bitches? I don't know. I feel like pulling out like 16th century 16th century words for beans is completely unnecessary. It's not the first time the developer has gone hard on just pulling it's what basically Yi sang dialogue or Bina text. Kill all of them, please. Who's rocking the green? Is that that's Sinclair, right? Sinclair is the only one who has green on the entire team. I need to bring somebody else in who has green. He's the only one who's just like not meshing. No synergy there. To rank the Tarantino you've seen so far: Kill Bill, Django, Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, Pulp Fiction. Those are good ones. I like. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Death Proof. Death Proof is. It was really fun to watch.
Damn it! They just won't stop coming.
That's what she said.
Keep this up and we'll be dead knackered before we even set foot in that bloody casino.
안심해요, 히스클리프.
Don't fret, Heathcliff.
관리자님이
As
있는
long as the
한 우리가
manager is
지쳐서
with us,
죽을
there's no
일은
chance we'll die from fatigue.
You think I don't know that, you I don't know, you tosser.
해결은 간단하다.
The solution is
어떤
simple.
조직이더라도
Any organization
그
can be
대가리를
brought down by
깨부수면
killing its leader. Smash the
떠봤던
head
고기
in, the
덩어리는
sack of meat,
무너진다.
propping it up will also collapse.
Now
여기서
that's what I
유일하게 마음에
like
드는
to
소리를
hear.
하네.
You're the only one making sense out of this lot.
짜증나니까 쳐
I'm
부수러
proper
가자.
myth, so let's go break
대가리든
something.
뭐든.
Bones, heads, whatever.
Come then, onward we travail.
잠깐, 다들 돌아와.
Wait, get back here, all of you.
파우스트. 너
This
계속
is the
이런
crowd
애들이랑
you're
같이
supposed to
다녀.
accompany, Faust? Life is full of mysteries.
그렇게
She's
이상적이라고 할
smiling
수도
too.
있겠어.
That, perhaps, is what makes it an ideal reflection, no? There it goes. Everything's an ideal. Or not ideal.
대가리 어디 있어?
Tell
당장
me where
튀어나오라
your
그래.
gaffer is. I want him. I want to see him now.
Heathcliff seized a ting-tanger by the collar and shook him about violently, even as it seemed the man's last shred of consciousness was quickly leaving him, possibly to never return. The sea heart should be at the car pagoda.
차탑?
The what?
차탑이 어디야? 알아듣게
What the
말해.
hell was that? Stop making sense or else.
일근방에
Which you're gonna bash his head in harder than you already did? He probably means the scrapyard nearby. But seriously, are you actually planning to take out the Ting Tang's boss?
그런다고
You do realize
인사고과에
that won't earn you
반영되거나 하진
anything on
않아.
your employee performance
저자는
review,
그런
right?
것까지 염두에 두고 행동할 만큼 명민하진 못해요.
He's not sharp enough to factor in such things before you.
대략 속셈 따위랑은 거리가 먼
Indeed,
오물이지.
he is also a pile of
말도 안 되는
refuse,
일과는
far
가깝지만.
removed from the schemes or forethought, and quite acquainted with absurdities.
아니야.
Actually,
말이
his
되는 것 같기도
plan
해요.
might be a valid
문제
alternative.
없어, 에피.
Nothing to worry about,
우리는
Effie.
항상 플랜
We
B까지
always keep a
대비해놓.
plan B, don't we? Sod said with a gentle smile on her face. Though Sod spoke calmly, I caught the faint cracks beneath the veneer of composure, like she was making a huge effort just to hold herself together.
여러분이 위장을 하는 게
If disguising
불가능하다면
yourselves as your given roles is no longer an
다같이
option,
콩콩이파
then you can
조직원들로
pose as members of the Ting
위장해버린
Tang gang
단체로
instead.
들어가도 눈에 띄지 않을
That way you
거고
won't draw much suspicion even
순조롭게
if you move together as a
꼭대기층까지
group.
진입할 수
You
있을
should be able to
테니까요.
reach the top floor without much trouble too.
겸사겸사
And while we're at it,
콩콩이파에게서
maybe we can
소망력도
siphon a bit
뺏어가죠.
of wish power from the Ting Tang gang as well. We're gonna steal their potential luck. That's fucked up, dog. Yi sang
관리자님의
things.
99% 명령과
Yi sang thinks things
1%의
are
제
Yi
실력이
sang.
합쳐진 결과였습니다.
Have you ever considered that maybe things in fact are Yi sang? All is unto Yi sang, and Yi sang is unto all. Yeah, I think this is the odd boy out. We do have other options, so let's see what these other bits are. That's red, which we currently have one red, but we have no active light blue. And this one, this is the one. The fucking maracas too. My god. We're gonna go with this. It synergizes with the rest of the team, and his other build was just bumping.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
Oh, come, friends, and lend your gazes hither. What
이게 다
is all of this?
뭐죠?
I love this image.
차들이 마치 탑처럼
Cars
쌓여
are stacked
있어.
atop one another as if to form a tower.
나무라군.
Sombre. What had looked like towering structures from afar were up close cars piled into
차들이
heaps.
왜 이렇게
I
잔뜩
heard there's
쌓여
so many
있는
cars
걸까요?
piled up here. It's a
곳엔
junkyard,
편지가 쓰여 있어.
dude.
가족들이 보낸
Oh,
것인가 본데.
ho, some bear scripts upon their windshields. These must have been missives from their
오고
families.
싶다고 쓰여
This one
있네요.
says, I miss you. The
이분들은
owners should be coming back
곧
soon for them,
그럴
right?
리가.
Not a
설사
chance.
카지노에서
Even if they did
돌아왔다
return from the
하더라도
casino, they
가족의
wouldn't be
품으로
in any
멀쩡히
shape to be
돌아갈
a
수
happy
있는
reunion
상태.
with their loving
뭐
families.
가이드
Well,
역할까지
if I may
보너스로
play the auxiliary
해드리자면
role of an
이
impromptu
골목에
guide, this
숨겨진
here is the
랜드마크랍니다.
hidden landmark of these parts of the back streets.
도박꾼들의 말로지.
The final stop for gamblers, so to
이곳은
speak.
콩콩이파
And also the
세력의
stepping
중고차
stone that helped
사업으로
the Ting Tang
세력을
gang
불리는
gang
발돋움판이
amass
된
its wealth,
곳이고요.
dealing in used cars taken from those who had nothing left to offer as the
로자,
stakes. So Rodia,
당신은 이런
you've
데
been
자주
around this place.
와봤다면서. 뭔가
You've been
부연
around places like
설명해줄
this
건
pretty
없어.
often, right? Got
왠지
anything to add? Bet you could tell us
흥미로운
some
이야기가
interesting
나올
아
tidbits.
몰라 기억 안 나.
Nah, no
난
idea.
과거는
Don't
다
remember a
잊고
thing. I chose to
앞만
forget
보며
the past and live for the
살아가기로
future.
저런 방해꾼들만
I gave
없으면
myself intentional
결심대로 살아갈 수
amnesia,
있을 것 같은
and I'd
말이야.
stick to that promise I made to myself if it weren't for the pests bent on getting in my way. Huh.
나가들아.
No little
인방이
German
우리
boy, that's
거인 건
cultural
알고 걸음을
appropriation.
돌리는 거냐?
Oi, Bonin, Bonin. Who do you think you are messing around on our turf?
아니면
Or what?
너네 차 팔러 온 거냐?
You there? You selling a car or something?
아니요. 우리는
He's British too. Nay, we mount an
장비는
omnibus.
우리 파 담당이
We're not the ones who
아닌데.
specialize in dealing in organs, though.
네 눈동자 정도로
Well, I guess a pair of eyes
신경
with colors like
꽤
yours
돈을 쳐주겠단
might fetch a
말.
decent price.
역시 제대로
So we
찾아왔다고.
have come to the right place. We are here for thy
대체
leader.
어디서 온 건데
You
그렇게
got some nerve
당당하냐?
marching up to a gang like this. Who do you work for? We serve under Limp. An awkward silence.
어디서 온 거냐니까?
I asked you a
왜
question.
말을 하다
Don't
말아?
just trail off. Boden is German for beans. I didn't know that. There we go. I didn't know that either. Thank you for sharing. We're all learning something. I don't know if it's necessarily useful information, but we are all learning something.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
속에서
Is he beating them with maracas? Is he that's real? Is this real life?
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Jesus Christ. Clearly, the writer had read some German literature and is like all bricked up over using
목을 내놓고 있도록
these like unique and
좋은
special
전략입니다.
words.
새롭다니까요.
Also, everybody in Lobotomy Corporation, or everybody who played Lobotomy Corporation, called the characters beans. So I can't imagine that that went completely on deaf ears. It's probably a play on words. They're just finding different ways to call your characters beans without you necessarily noticing that they're calling your characters beans. It is very affirming of the community, I have to say. I'm a fan. I do like the developers, just from their works. Obviously, I don't know them personally.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
The writer loves German based on German stories. Makes sense. I didn't clock that guy was bean-hating Ting-Tanger until the third read.
다음은 침묵을 안겨주죠.
His actual name was bean-hating Ting-Tanger.
재밌는 순간이에요.
That's funny. Rustic-sounding Ting-Tanger. Chest-puffing Ting-Tanger. I didn't notice the unique names. Thanks for pointing that out. That's cute.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
비명을 질러라.
좋은 전략입니다.
Easy peasy. Pow pow. Video game easy.
아, 너무 띄워주실 필요는 없어요. 단테님 덕분일 거예요.
I don't know what you're saying, boy, but I like the way you talk. Yeah, we have way too much juice, way too much Enecaflin. I'm gonna turn it all into beads at the end of stream. I think we just keep on going. Yeah, your current level is baby mode. You're too weak.
무슨 일이냐?
Can't hack it. What's with all this racket? Bean-hating Ting-Tanger boss. Some Fassel showed up out of nowhere. Won't even say the word, say who they work for. As Fassol is a bean as well, right? They're just like, beans are like their swear words. It's their cut downs are beans. Who sent you? Judge him by the getup, you ain't Los Habaneros or the Butchers. I'll give you one chance to grovel and beg for forgiveness. Do that, and I'll let you crawl out of here with your limbs intact. We would gladly part ways should you first divest yourself from your clothing for us. He's like...
아이, 그렇게 말하니까 좀 이상해지는데.
Narrator, it was a type of bean. You know, there were a million other ways to phrase that Yi sang.
형님, 그
Boss, I think these might be them. The odd pods who've been whispering about. The ones, you know, do stuff with people's body odor or something. Doing strange things. Disgusting pervs. Let me tell you, that's some depraved shit. The man who seemed to be the gang's boss is staring at us with unmistakable disgust. The mid-boss has a sombrero? I don't think I've ever wanted to win a fight this badly. Gun him down. We can't lose. It's impossible. We're still in baby mode.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Beat his ass with those maracas, you little German boy.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
You still don't like Dante, but that's you. That's you. Why don't you like yourself? That's you. You have to identify with the character.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
I appreciate the character like archetype of like the protagonist who has no idea what the fuck is going on. I think that's fun. I don't necessarily have anything against Dante yet. We'll see. So far they've acted pretty reasonably considering the ridiculous circumstances they find themselves in. And you say they're very corny. I'm more inclined to say that they're very they're rolling with the punches in like a dad joke kind of way. They are very corny, but they're I feel like they're rolling with the punches in a very graceful way, I would say. For the circumstances. That is.
침묵을 안겨.
순조로운 전략입니다.
재밌는 순간이에요.
Pow pow, video game easy. We're just blasting mad ass over here, y'all.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
It really is just like drag your finger across to the other side, and everything on the other team dies. Is this how Kanto 2 goes for everybody, right? It's just like you just roll your face on the keyboard and everything dies.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Gun them down. It's their second job on the day, and they took a massive L on day one. You do kind of have to give it to them. They're rolling with the punches surprisingly well, considering how many times they've all died. Stagger plus? Are they like giga staggered? Darn little roaches. Who the hell do you work for? Haven't you done enough? About time you spit it out. We are from Limbus Company. Finally, one less millstone around the neck. That doesn't help at all. The hell is Limbus Company supposed to be? Oh, just for your reference, Effie and I work in a different department. Please don't lump us in with these people. Like it matters to the guy who's literally like bleeding out. Kantos 1 through 3 are comprised season 1, so the first two are relatively lighter fare. This is Giga Baby mode. Beaten in more ways than one, the man finally collapses on the ground. The sheer frustration at our aversion to communicating normally must have contributed to his fainting spell too. My condolences to whoever remained of the poor fellow's patience. Do we seriously have to wear these clothes though? Stuff reeks of sweat and blood and just gross. Rhodia held up a shirt stripped from a Ting Tang member with just 2 fingers as though she were handling a particularly repulsive piece of garbage. Yuck, there's hair on it too. First time I've ever been jealous of Dante not having eyes. My vision's working fine, you know. The material looks pretty quality, actually. Guess business was better than I thought. I want that handed over. I can't. It's tailor-made. The label here says fits all sizes. Catching my gaze lingering on the label, Effie snapped. We wouldn't be doing any of this if you hadn't caused that mess in the pawn shop to begin with. I don't mind. I've always wanted to try on clothes like these. It's like we're filming a movie. Seriously, he's always so chipper. I love it. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I've worked in this disguise. I don't feel like it. This is some wimpy crap. Sorry, but can someone please keep her mouth shut? You're welcome to try as long as you don't mind getting sliced up along the way. All the way past the ribs. Gregor's calm riposte drew a round of muffled laughter from the sinners. For a moment, Effie and Sod hesitated, unsure how to take the quip. Until they moved on, probably because they decided it wasn't worth mulling over, Effie then raised a small container that seemed to be inlaid with a mother of pearl. This is a wish canister we seized from the Ting Tang Gang's boss. Manager, here's a simple role you can play. What role?
무슨 말인지
Judging by
모르겠다는
your confused
몸짓이니
gestures, I suppose you're in need of explanation. The long and short of it is that this thing contains J-Corp's singularity. It's a tool that siphons people's wishes and stores them as energy.
적당한 시점에 소망을
And when the time
종이의
comes,
형태로
make
짜내면
use of it. You press the wish power onto paper
붙이기만
and
하면
voila,
운이
you get a
쭉쭉 오르는
single-use
일회용
sticker
타투
tattoo
스티커가
that boosts your
나타나죠.
luck high enough to touch the sky.
남의 운을 끌어모아서
Looks like Ting
꼭대기
Tang
층의
Gan's
도박에 이기려고
plan
했나
was
보군.
to win the game on
일개
top floor
건달
by
보스가
scraping luck
이런
from
걸
other
들고
people.
있다니.
Hard to believe a small-time gang boss manager managed to get his hands on one of these. God damn.
관리자,
Cannot read
단테랬나?
today. Manager
카지노에
Dante,
들어가기 전에
right?
당신이
Okay,
이걸
before we head
보관해주시오.
inside, I want you to hold on to this. You sure you want to entrust me with something that
영 자신
important?
없어 보인다는
You're not exactly
눈치시지만
radiating confidence, sure, but
당신을
we do have our
지목한
reasons for
이유는 있어.
assigning
첫
you with this
번째,
task. First off,
도박
keeping a
판에
poker face is
제일
essential
중요한
at
건
any
아무리
gambling table.
표정 읽기에
No matter how good they are at
능숙하다는
reading
그들이라도
expressions, they
시계의
can't read
표정까지
emotional cues
가늠해서.
off a clock.
두 번째,
Secondly, I do believe
당신이
there's a
관리자가
reason
된
you were
것은
chosen as
아마
manager.
저
Call it a hunch, but
수감자들보다는
something tells me
쓸만할
you'll be
거라는
more
내
useful
막연한
than those
믿음이야.
sinners you lead. Come to think of it, he wasn't wrong. I was given the title of manager, but never had a chance to be the charismatic leader I've envisioned. Instead, I was mocked, threatened, and ignored by the very same sinners I was supposed to supervise. The only real role I was able to carry out so far was to bring them back to life. Whenever the sinners fought our enemies, sweating and bleeding, all I could do was cower behind them and pray that their heads and hearts would remain intact, just so I wouldn't have to go through the pain of reviving them. With a heavy heart, I nodded to let Effie know I was ready.
이걸
Alright,
당신의 팔에
now put
붙여.
this on your arm. With this, you
당신은
can
이제
become the
잠깐
luckiest
동안
person in the city
세상에
for a
그럼
short
여러분은
while.
콩콩이파,
As for the
저는
rest of
딜러.
you, you'll act as
서로
Ting
역할에
Tangers and we'll
최선을
be...
다해보죠.
I'm trying to remember the pronunciation. Croupier? Croupier. Good luck and break a leg. Vowing to see this mission through no matter what. Yeah, I appreciate you guys giving me the heads up that Kanto 3 is peak and that this is kind of like mid. I will say that if you haven't been here for the duration of Lobotomy Corporation 100%ing Library of Ruina, I have started this. I'm going to finish it for sure. Thank you, some guy, for Rajio Taiso. I'm gonna just prepare the screen and then we'll do a short little exercise. And you guys sitting or standing at home are welcome to join in and move your bodies for just a couple of minutes. I think I could do this without needing to switch my keyboard. Just a moment. I need to figure out how to run this OBS, and having a single keyboard for two separate computers is troublesome for sure. But we're gonna do a little bit of exercise just to get our bodies moving and our blood pumping. But I gotta take my headphones off for it. I think I can go to here. Yeah, there we go. And the audio should track. There it goes.
腕を前から上に上げて大きく背伸びの運動から。はい。1、2、3、4、5、6、腕と足の運動。1、2、3、4、腕を横に振って足を曲げ伸ばします。1、2、3、4、5、6、腕を回しましょう。外側と内側に。5、6、 足を開いて胸の運動。腕を横に振って斜め上に。5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6。横曲げの運動。左横に曲げてもう一度右の方へ。7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6。前後に曲げる運動です。弾みをつけながら前に3回。ゆっくりと上体を反らせます。1、2、3、4、5、6。ねじる運動。左、右、3、4。斜め後ろに大きく。1、2、3、4、5、6。足を戻して腕と足の運動。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6。足を開いて斜め下に。柔らかく2度曲げて正面で胸反らし。5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6。体を大きく回します。1、2。反対側へ。5、6。1、2、3、4、5、6。足を戻して両足跳び。1、2、3、4。開いて閉じて開いて閉じて。1、2、3、4、5、6。腕と足の運動。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6。深呼吸です。深く息を吸って吐きます。5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Okay. We're back. I mean, I was here. I just realized that my camera was off for that. I need to tweak OBS. Usually I have my keyboard and my mouse plugged in and I just do that on the laptop that's streaming the game I'm playing or my other system, but anyway, I hope you're all feeling energized. I didn't like I said, you guys didn't get to actually see me do it, but just doing a little bit of movement is really good for you. It can wake you up and give you energy, make you feel good. I just this morning decided to start doing just like very, very, very light exercise. Only just like, what, 30 push-ups? And I did 30 squats this morning. I think it took me like three or 4 minutes total, because I'm weak and I can't do them consecutively. And genuinely, I think doing just a little bit of exercise is going to make a massive difference in how I feel overall physically. Because I spend a ton of time. I teach English on my computer and I stream. I spend a ton of time idle, like physically. So if you spend a ton of time idle physically and you have the physical ability to get up and move your body, say try it out. Get up and move your body a little bit. All of us nerds gotta, you know, stay healthy. Is there a way to make this not pop up? It's kind of annoying.
옳은 선택일까?
Like, of course I'm underleveled, but you designed the pacing to be this way, so why are you popping up? The casino felt hectic, a buzz with sounds spilling from every corner of the floor. Numerous slot machines blared non-stop with overly cheerful jingles, and the lights were so blinding that some of the sinners had to shield their eyes. The security guards, noticing our garish outfits, gave us a routine nod. Saud and Effie, disguised as croupier, subtly acknowledged us as they escorted Rhodia towards the casino cage for chips. I was impressed by how convincingly they played the part. Their postures and expressions were nothing short of flawless. Anyone would assume they'd been working here for years. What manner of sorcery are these dazzling contraptions? Would definitely get addicted to pachinko. Do you have any tips for Japanese language learning? The only way is to level your dudes. Faust says, do your EXP daily, but you can ignore her. I'm not gonna log in daily to this. Do I have any tips for learning the Japanese language? Yeah, I do. I mean, I went to school here in Japan. I live here. I've been living here for 7 years. My partner is Japanese, and my little one is half Japanese. So I hear Japanese every day. I speak Japanese every day, and I do a little bit of, catching new words and asking in Japanese, like, what does that mean? Because my son comes home from school. He's 4. He comes home from school and he starts going off speaking Japanese full speed at me, and I just have to catch it as best as I can. So all of that is to say, like, I think if you are by yourself and you have no other options on, like, learning the language other than just spending the time that you have by yourself, I would say it depends on the situation, the context of your learning, but I would say, like, making sure you're listening to a lot of Japanese. I don't think, like, from zero, like, knowing zero Japanese, getting used to Japanese just by listening to it seems kind of useless, because our brains will just kind of tune it out. It's like background noise to a certain degree. But whenever you're able to just, like, speak a few sentences, listening to things on your level, reading things on your level, yeah, immersion is really powerful. It is straight up sink or swim. I couldn't go to the grocery store when I moved out here. My partner and I lived in Tokyo. I could go to the grocery store, but I couldn't communicate with anybody on, like, any meaningful level. I could say daijoubu desu and sumimasen or gomen nasai, and that was basically it. But, like, I would say, like, immersion is one of the best tools. But, study, figure it out. Like, I want to say, like, it depends on what level you are. I would give you different advice if you're able to string sentences together. And if you have basic grammar down, I'd give you different advice than if I'd say you're starting from 0. Learn hiragana and katakana. It's super easy. 46 characters. They sound the same every single time you say them. Learn them. After you learn those, start picking up words. String the hiragana and the katakana together to make words. I can read hiragana and katakana if I sit down and I have a book. I have, like, a children's book and I'm reading to my son, or we're playing, like, a game or whatever. I can read hiragana and katakana, but I'm bad at it. I speak a lot of Japanese. So it depends on how you use it. And if you don't use it, you lose it. So figure out a way to, to make it work for you. Try not to go saucer-eyed at everything you see here, Don Quixote. You're making us look suspicious. The patrons here have all got eyes like those of a dead fish, and they smell just like one too. Hell, the Ting Tang schmucks smelled better than them. Do they ever wash up? It's first time at a pachinko parlor. I pick up random stuff from anime, but you're getting nowhere without learning kanji. I disagree. I can read. I don't know. I can read. I mean, it's probably declined significantly at this point, but I could at one point read around 400 kanji, but I barely ever read here. Like, I almost never read here. Kanji is super helpful if you're doing any sort of communication on, if you're communicating at all through email or through text or anything like that. Being able to read kanji is super powerful. At the same time, everybody's using auto translators now. The translation software has gotten so good that you can automatically translate. So I feel like if you're actually meeting people who speak Japanese, it doesn't matter how much kanji you can read if you can't like listen and catch what they're saying and then be able to think in Japanese and spin off a reply in like a natural way. It doesn't matter how much kanji you can read. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like I really can't read kanji. I would need my translator app in order to fill out paperwork, and even then it would be in sloppy furigana. But yeah, it all depends on your use case. Like if you're mostly communicating with people through messages, through text messaging and things like that, then yeah, being able to read kanji is super helpful. The Japanese writing system through text messages oftentimes uses predictive text. So because there's, like just for the simplest kanji, just a straight line, like ichi, if you've ever seen it, there's like 6 different ways of reading just that one kanji, depending on the context of where it's at. Like tsuitachi is the first day of it's the first day of the week, or first day of the month. And then ichi, and then hitotsu, like those are all, it's the same kanji. So like I think being able to read it is like good, but at the same time, like I think for my purposes, being able to communicate is stronger than being able to read kanji. I don't think they'd appreciate you pinching your nose right in front of them, Ishmael. Still, this bilgy stink, I've only smelled it on the deckhands of a ship. It was indeed a stroke of luck that most of the guests were too absorbed in the machines to notice us. Manager, Esquire, hast thou ever witnessed such a wondrous thing? What must I do to hear the jolly bells as the other patrons do? I wouldn't know. I don't think I've ever been to one of these places before. The tempting spin of the flashy symbols, the numbers, slowly eroded my resolve to act as part of the stern manager. I suppose one look wouldn't hurt. Here, it saith, hit the button. Shall I proceed? I swear upon my minute and hour hands that I had no intention of pressing that button. None at all. As I swiftly lunged to stop Don Quixote, however, I slipped, and much to my dismay, slammed my hand right onto the button. Yikes! And by some series of unlikely events, this faithful slot machine happened to be the one that someone had left a coin inside, enough for just one spin. The reels whirred to life with a merry, noisy jingle, and all we could do was helplessly watch. I hope Dante is being careful with those wish stickers we took from the King Tang gang. That manager, you mean? That was the only favor we asked. They'd better be handling it properly. Relax, you can count on Dante. They're one of the few people in the team with a sensible head on their shoulders. That's good to hear. With that many sheets of stickers attached, they should be able to win any game easily. We just need to be careful and avoid attracting attention. Jackpot! The gambler who was sitting right next to me stared with mouth agape, jaw dropping so far down that I swear their chin was about to touch the floor. While a torrent of casino chips poured from the machine, far too many to even think about collecting, Effie sobbed. I'm so sorry. I walked in here determined to do something right, then immediately dropped the ball. A jackpot? Which machine? What, now? Just like that? One moment, please. May I see your ID?
What's your problem? Is it a crime to win a jackpot at a casino?
Chance in this place does not function the way we think it usually does. One may accumulate luck for a large payout or trickle in small amounts to break even, but winning the jackpot on the first try at a machine is clearly an impossibility. Chips are raining down on us like shooting stars. So much for being the responsible one. Can't believe you caved to Don Quixote of all people. I expected more from you, manager. Thought someone in your position would at least be able to help snag us this much needed win, which, I might add, would have been pretty nice after all that humiliating failure of a first mission. The torrent of biting, reprimanding whispers spilling from Ishmael's lips left even Gregor murmuring in astonishment. I had never seen Ishmael give anyone else that piercing glare she was shooting at me, and it made me want to crawl under a rock, if there even was one. For once I was grateful that my clockhead came with no eyes.
Hang on. I don't think that's the sole issue here. Struck by the sudden development, Gregor, who had been anxiously scanning his surroundings, came to a halt and pointed towards the startling discovery he had just made. And where he pointed. How long have you been out of disguise, Ryoshu? Was a completely nonchalant Ryoshu wearing our company uniform. I don't put on cast-offs from others. Manager Bud, looks like we're screwed. Royally. This can't be happening. After everything we did to set the plan in motion, Faust, what were you thinking volunteering to drag these idiots along on your mission? You're supposed to be one of the most brilliant geniuses in the city, so act like it. Though I have not worked with them for long, I was able to arrive at one conclusion. I ought to become a Faust that believes in uncertainty. When the lack of a plan becomes the plan, all variables become constants. That is the plan, as I have understood it. Faust turned to me with a tranquil face. Thanks to her, I finally can't read fast enough to read the thing. I finally understood what my role was meant to be. Alright, time for our usual gig. Kill and be killed. Basically, Dante's one job is to be reliable among a series of unreliable people. Why is this struggling? I guess blunt is like not good against them? They endure blunt damage. Got it. Well, slashing damage is what we want to do, if possible. Don't stop gambling, Don. You're so close to a win. I don't think Don ever actually gambled. I think that was us. Is that 99% of gamblers quit just before they win big? Hopeless. No shot.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Well, it looks like we're able to gun them down pretty handily, although we've seen multiple times where your boy Honglu is not able to really keep up at all. Honglu is like failing all of his checks. I don't know exactly why it's happening that way, but it does seem to be how the cookie's crumbling for us there.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 순조로운 전략입니다.
매일 새롭다니까요.
무차 잠들어.
Turn 4.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Now we just get a bunch of unopposed attacks. That's nice. It seemed, I don't know, that seemed pretty easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That is how they get you, right? They make it super easy in the beginning.
적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
My goodness. This seems significantly longer than the other. I mean, can we just kill everybody?
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
I just want to gun them all down. I can't stand watching this charade. How much time are you going to waste fighting those small fries? People who are too quick to grouse and moan never seem to offer clear solutions. Hearing Ishmael's disapproval, Ryoshu shook her head and assumed a confident look as though she was about to put on a demonstration. Then I'll show you art. You there, give me the knife. You may... You may wrest it from my hands forevermore. It will be better if the blade parts from my side to drift about the air for however long.
감사.
Thank. Ryoshu took Yisang's dagger and threw it straight into the air. It struck an anchorage on the ceiling that kept the chandelier still, causing it to sway precariously. Indeed, Ryoshu may have been weakened from the peak of her strength when she became a sinner, but nevertheless, she was still the best swordsman we had, able to cut through steel like a proverbial hot knife. Sure, she has more respect for a stray wad of gum than whatever I had to say, but that didn't really matter. Everyone reflexively turned their eyes towards the swinging chandelier, and eventually flustered by all the gazes falling upon it. Thus, in a haze does it succumb to the imminent fracturing. Watch out! Wham! The chandelier crashed onto the floor in full force, making a tremendous noise that thundered through the casino. And that's just about all it did. Nothing else happened. A brief silence followed as both parties stared blankly at the fallen light fixture in the middle of the floor. So, what was that for, Ryoshu? Performance art. Jesus Christ. You just came up with that, didn't you? Jazz music stops. It's honestly like, I like Ryoshu more after that moment. Still, I'm glad none of us were hurt. We'll have to see about that. I do appreciate that. Just doing a cute little, a cute little whoopsie goof, an ooh woo fucky wucky, and then just rolling it off, just being like, I meant to do that.
머리통을 박살내줘.
속에서
I love that he's smacking with maracas. That's incredibly adorable to me.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
비명을 질러라.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드립니다.
머리통을 박살내줘.
There's something, I want to say there's something really like satisfying about the dinging of the coin splitting. I think there's something, I don't know, it's like an auditory sensation. It is very satisfying to hear the ding 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 going off. It is kind of like, you know, we're in the casino. It is kind of like a slot machine, or the, you know, the I watched one of my friends who he really enjoyed doing online poker. This was back before it was like, you know, everywhere and legalized all across the state. But he liked doing online poker, and he would play and be up until like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning playing online poker. And I remember him like playing because I could hear the sounds. We slept in the same room. We slept in the same bed for a while. But like I remember him like always having like the little auditory cues, like the little the sound of like checking, the sound of like collecting the chips was incredibly satisfying. Like the sound, it's like a just, you could close your eyes and you'd hear the sounds in your sleep. And I do kind of feel like this, the clanging of the fight has a similar kind of like auditory, satisfying sensation. Just making sure we're all on the same page. You all know that our original goal is to win the game being held on the top floor, not reduce the first floor of the casino to rubble, right? I was certain that some definitely didn't know, or if they did care, but I saw no point in relaying that. Remember, our ultimate objective here isn't reaching the top floor, it's winning the game, which means that we need enough wish power to make that happen. I won't bother going into detail about how the wish power we went through, quite the trouble to claim, went straight down the drain for so preposterous a reason. No need to hurt our morale even further now, right? I couldn't help but keep my head down, feeling the prickle of conscience in my head. Where's the largest wish power reserve in the nearest vicinity? That roulette by the entrance. People who visit the casino there try their daily luck using the roulette and take or yield wish power depending on the outcome. Is that so? Then I'll smash the wish canister attached to it when the opportunity knocks. Think you could pull that off? I have carried out countless operations much greater in scale. Unfortunately, I will always judge people for enjoying slot machines. I don't know about the particulars of like judging an individual, because the sense then is that it's like a moral failing, or that it's a it's a failing in general. Generally speaking, I have a general distaste that gambling is allowed to exist in our society, considering we know it on a chemical level. We are monkeys in shoes. On a chemical level, it bypasses our ability to reason. The dopamine hit is incredibly addictive. The dopamine rush that you get from a victory, from winning. And then they are designed to be as captivating and as mesmerizing as possible. The places where they are designed to to be such a way that you can't tell what time it is at all. It's one of those things where like I don't judge so much as I feel bad for people who get kind of like hooked in or looped into that thing. It's really sad. I have a lot of empathy for people. Because like I said, I feel, from my perspective, we are just monkeys in shoes. It's so easy for us to, ooh, shiny, spinny, ding, ding, ding. Like we have like such a predisposition to being taken advantage of. And, none of this shit happened. Like the slot machines aren't designed randomly. They're designed specifically and purposefully to extract as much money and as much time out of a person as possible. So I don't know. I feel bad for the people. It's like a it's like with my gripe with a lot of the FOMO mechanics built into or baked into free-to-play games. They're not designed to have one whale come in or like 10 whales with a lot of money. They're designed to extract wealth or money from people who have a really like dysfunctional dopamine system, dysfunctional reward system. They're like they prey on the neurodivergent, and I feel like in a lot of ways casinos do the same. Your preposterous blunder amounts to nothing in the grander scheme of things, Executive Manager. It has to have been the fault of the drudging dredges who obfuscated your ability to make sensible decisions. Don't let their words deter you. Preposterous, huh? I see. Wait. While we were busy discussing where to go from here, Heathcliff was already making a mad dash for the entrance, where we were too focused on the conversation. Were we too focused on the conversation, or did we collectively lose our minds? Either way, none of us was keeping track of what he was up to. Heathcliff?
Damn it. About time we got on with it, don't you think?
Then he shouted at security from the top of his lungs.
Oi! Aren't you all one sorry embarrassing lot?
I think people should have higher standards for the neuron activation. There's like thousands of iterations? Iterations? Any slot machine I've seen has been hideously repellent, like it's some sort of Nigerian prince situation. I think that's like definitely, I have the same reaction to slot machines. Like it's a natural repulsion, like completely repulsing me. But I also have seen people like since I was a child. This is some deep lore, some deep cut lore for Remy over here. Xanadu deep lore alert. I worked, my father owned a gas station, or was a franchisee at a gas station whenever I was very like, I mean, it was my grandfather had it and then passed it on to my father, and then he was eventually muscled out of it. But I started working there when I was 13, and I was working the register from a very, very young age. And we were right on the edge of Baltimore City. I was born in Baltimore. I was raised in the county. I was raised in a good, well-to-do county, but I was raised and spent a lot of my childhood around Baltimore and around people from Baltimore County. And you know, I grew up seeing people nodding off while pouring coffee and making a mess because they're just like completely out of their minds, whacked out on heroin. I've seen the slumlord come in at 5 o'clock in the morning to get his coffee completely high off his ass on cocaine. I've just seen like a lot of like, you know, abusive behavior, whether it's like self-abuse or abuse towards other people. And I have a similar repulsion to a lot of drugs in general, and also to gambling in general, because like we had the lottery, and you know, every single day we had the same people come in and play their numbers, and sold scratch-offs and everything like that. And we also had a slot machine that was there that it did pay out, but it wasn't legal. But essentially, like, I watched a guy come in every single day, and he had kids too. Like, I watched this guy come in and spend literally the whole day sitting at that chair, and he would just like get barely enough work done to be able to come back and sit down in that chair. And I think that had a really, really strong impression on me. So like pachinko parlors, casinos, like slot machines in general, very repulsed from those. So I totally get where you're coming from, Putty, but I also have like I knew those people by name. Like I knew that guy's wife. I knew his, like, I've seen his kids come in. I knew what kind of tasty cakes they liked. So like I feel more empathy. I feel more like sad for the people who are like wrapped up in that. And we talked the other day, we were just talking on Discord the other day about how like I don't necessarily the jury's still out for me. I'm still trying to make up my mind on the whole concept of free will and everything. Like, I do think that people can make choices, but you know, we are so heavily influenced by our environments and by the things that we have, you know, in our lives and all around us, by the experiences that we've had in our life. The culmination of everything that makes you kind of makes some of the decisions in your life a foregone conclusion in a lot of ways. The compulsion to go get a pack of cigarettes and like, all these other things. There's a predisposition to it, and while I don't think it's impossible to overcome, I do think it's something that I have a lot of empathy for. Like I said, I feel like we like to think of ourselves as higher beings, or as like, elevated in some way, but I do feel like, again, we're monkeys in shoes. We're just making it up as we're all just making it up as we go along. And just when you think you've got it figured out is when you don't really know shit. And I feel like I've kind of settled in on the I don't know shit position in my life, and I'm really happy to be here. Yeah, you will never find it not gross how much they lost. I hard agree. The Kalshi shit in the States is disgusting. The poly market, the gambling, sports betting, all of that stuff in the States being legalized it's a sin. It's a sin and a shame. I don't believe in sin, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Something my grandmother always used to say.
That's a sin and a shame.
I just like I said, I have more empathy for people who are addicted to gambling than I do disdain. Moving on. Heathcliff's been on the screen for too long. We need to fix that.
That blondie over there is a rookie. who's as unfortunate as it gets.
그리고 저
And that right there, our manager misplaced the memory so badly that they can't wield a weapon to save himself. This is what you struggle against. What a bloody joke you lot are.
Dang prick.
저 자식. 이스클리프 씨.
Heathcliff,
너무해요.
that's too harsh. I know that Sinclair is a German boy, little German boy, but I can't for the life of me do a German accent. I would do it, but I can't. I can't for the life of me. I would say I can't do a British accent either. But Heathcliff's too much of a pain in the ass to not mock. Here, much too mean, Heathcliff.
니놈.
At last then, that club you're holding is wasted on a pansy like you.
건방진
You
놈이.
cocky little... Seething with anger, the security guard swung his club at Heathcliff, its furious arc sending a harsh whistle through the air. But then, when Heathcliff barely managed to swerve out of his way, it fell upon a roulette with full force and smashed the machine to pieces. The wish canister! Spouts of what I assume was once wish power until moments ago poured out of the roulette machine's sorry remains. As if in death throes, Saud let out an agonized scream before clapping her hands over her mouth. I couldn't help but turn away from this tragic sight. When I grow up, I want to be a wish sticker that gives people hope. It was as if I could hear the unrealized dreams of those lost wishes scattering into the ether.
Oi, listen up, you thickos. Would you rather us keep fighting and have to admit your boss later you broke your thing? Or would you rather let us through now and blame us for the broken container when all this blows over?
This was a whole month's worth of luck.
2층으로 간다고 해도
It won't be any safer for you upstairs.
Never been too familiar with something anyway. Pursue your advice, though.
Heathcliff came to me with a loose shoulder, likely dislocated when the club grazed him.
What's the look? Do your thing, fix me up.
I've made up my mind. From now on, I won't even try to discuss plans or anything in the same ballpark with these characters.
It took you long enough to realize.
Faust, you ever heard the saying, silence is golden? With that, we dragged ourselves up to the next floor.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
There we go. It's like burned into my vision. I usually use a warmer light. It was like really cold light, hurting my eyeballs. Blue light. I don't like blue light, and I can't believe it's been like this. It's been like this the whole morning. I just haven't paid any attention to it. Sink. How big is this canto? There's a lot of space here. A lot of space here. I guess we're gonna go up and loop around, huh? Warning.
이게 옳은 선택일까?
Warning, your average level is dog shit and you can't do it. The atmosphere here seems rather different. It appears that's a different syndicate controls the second floor.
야, 너네 왜 쌍판떼기가 그 모양이야?
Mariachi Allegre. Hey, Eugen. What's all the doom and gloom on your faces? Don't you know the floor's rules? Sour looks are a no-no, so put your hat over your long face. Are you talking to me? Keep staring and I'll SYNC. That what you want? The hell's SYNC mean? Snap your neck completely. Got him. Come on, Byoshi, can we please stop immediately resorting to violence? Never mind. This one's mug is even nastier, no? Which hand's supposed to be your eyes? Byoshi, ready to throw down? You bet, Dante. Dante immediately like, let's not immediately resort to violence. Kill him. Gun him down. Get him. Slice him up.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 속에서.
Sinclair. Silly little boy with his silly little maracas.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
재밌는 순간이에요.
차차.
머리통을 박살내주마.
완전한 침묵.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
좋은 전략입니다. 명령대로 하겠습니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
Christ. I think Heathcliff just killed that guy in one attack.
너무 쉽잖아.
Wave 2 literally died in a single turn. The whole wave was dead in one turn. I don't know, that seems like I wasn't under leveled and that Faust doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. Now this is kind of what I'm all about. I love like a very quick short intro and take me to the battle. I don't necessarily mind like long story bits and getting into the nitty gritty of it or whatever, but like I really want to, yeah, I want more of this. I want more fights. This is what I want. We've arrived, finally.
재밌는 순간이에요.
The little shaky shake he does at the end. Adorable.
머리통을 박살내주마.
속에서
다음은 머리다.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
직접 놓아주마.
좋은 전략입니다.
자.
Mariachi Sinclair is among the worst IDs in the game, but he does have a good bench warmer passive. I don't care how good of an ID he is. He's adorable. It's so cute.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
순조로운 전략이 좋은 전략입니다.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 직접 발견.
순조로운 전략이
Seriously, Heathcliff just killed somebody in a single turn again. The only person left standing is like on death's door.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
And the other person who's rocking orange, I'm pretty sure we basically don't have any. I think that, what is that, sloth? Or is that lust? I think sloth is yellow and lust is orange. We don't have any synergy with that.
99%
I'll have to
명령과
take a poke and see
1%의 제
if I
실력이
have anything
합쳐진
I can replace
결과였습니다.
that with. Who is that? Is that you? Yeah, it's her. We'll just run with it. It's fine. There's no synergy, but we don't need it. More. I want more of that. More fighting. Oh, this is story and fighting. I see it now. I see it. There's a little thing that has like the sword. This is like story and a sword. But the one that is just a sword is just a fight. I like those.
이게
I like the
선택일까?
story so far. No synergy. Oh my goodness. Are you my dad? Not again! I lost again, damn it! Why won't this losing streak end? Oh, espera! Time out! We're gonna need some customer care team. Dear customer, I hope you haven't forgotten the rules, have you? But that was... I just blew all of my savings! If you insist on ruining the mood of the table, we might be forced to throw a pañada at you. What's a pañada party? Pañada party? I don't even want to know. Pressured by gentle intimidation, the weeping guests stood up from their seat, and then being handed a pair of maracas from the staff, they started dancing, sobbing all the way. What is this now? There's a rule every visitor to the square must follow, una tradición mariachi, if you will. Gambling is entertainment, an activity done purely for fun. Thus, the sadness and pain it brings must be sublimated into dance. Allow this night to demonstrate what dancing is about. Alas, they were harsher judges than they seemed. This one won't do. There's not an ounce of sincerity in her moves. What in the name of chivalry dost thou mean? Dance is a window to the heart. Without a clear and pure heart, it loses all meaning. I find thine assessment rather disgracious. This is getting further out of hand. What are you doing, Saul? We're just working on our statement of apology to the company, given the way this is going. More killing! I just love killing. Let me at him, let me at him. What in the... Oh my god, she's explaining shit again. Damage dealt increases in proportion to how much the attacker's offense level exceeds the target's defense level. This increased damage is shown here. Okay. Also at a clash, every 3 points of offense level advantage over the target's offense level translates to 1 point of clash power advantage. All identities have their defense levels affecting the amount of damage they take. Offensive level and defensive level stats grow in proportion to an identity's level. The level difference between allies and enemies can greatly affect combat difficulty. Make sure your identities are leveled up enough if an encounter feels too challenging. I know that. Why? What are you? Shut the fuck up. What are you doing? As soon as I start like getting into the groove of it and genuinely like I'm having fun with the combat, the second that happens, Faust comes in and is like, I see you're having fun. I would like to explain to you how you should actually be.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 너무 쉽잖아.
That bozo just evaded me. Inconceivable.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
A lust synergy this time.
좋은 전략입니다.
Got him.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
속에서
재밌는 순간이에요.
너무 쉽잖아.
I feel like we're making pretty decent progress. I don't know how long this canto is, but
순조로운 전략입니다.
if it's, I mean, like, if I play for another 2 straight hours and I don't make it to the end of the canto, I will be a little bit surprised.
늘 새롭다니까요.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
비명을 질러라.
The face is adorable. His face while he's in combat. He's just got a peaceful, pleasant look on his face, and he's just always smiling. I can't believe I'm saying this, but our best chance of getting past this floor might be a dance so magnificent that it can move their hearts. Dance? What is this concept of dance supposed to be? As you all know, my memories aren't all there. Amnesia came in handy as an excuse to opt out of things at times like this. Maybe 2 more hours of high rollers left in this canto. Maybe 2 more hours. With the way that I progress through story bits, though, it like I read and I take my time and I make commentary along the way, so who knows. Of course, my amnesia wasn't so bad that I even forgot what dance means, but given the situation, I didn't find a compelling argument in favor of honesty. Say, Hong Lu, have you taken dance lessons or anything? I learned a little Bian Lian, face-changing art, though I only had 3 instructors teaching me to perform it. I'll need a few masks, fans, makeup, and we aren't gonna find them here. Next.
Well, I did step on a good few feet of snobbish toxic balls.
My inner voice expresses fear.
Me? I spent half of my life on a ship. Dance is where I see this relentless obstruction of my words. A sword dance for the first time in a while doesn't sound bad. I'll kill it on the floor. Get it? Though the only beats I have ever danced to were morning exercise programs during roll call, if the executive manager so demands, I will immediately see to it that... Well, Dante, I'm good at most things, but I'm what you'd call a bashful girl when it comes to dancing. I don't mind, except my arm might rage out of control from the stimulation and charge for the audience's heads. Mersalt is just like blank.
Faust doesn't necessarily enjoy dancing for leisure, but could gladly perform a routine if it's for the mission's sake. However, it's not technically perfection they want. They're looking for something unstable and unpolished, such as Sinclair. What? We literally do have this ID. Like you could be the Maraca boy. You busted a move or 2 as a kid, didn't you? Bust? I suppose. I took a basic maracas course at school as an elective. Sinclair's in the Rich Boys Club too? How'd you figure that out, Rodia? I can tell from the way he walks and talks. You can always tell in the hip movements. On the other hand, uncultured ones, it shows you, you know? Rodia quietly giggled while looking at Heathcliff, then snuck up behind Sinclair to wrap her arms around his shoulders. Okay now, my little Sinclair. I have a very, very important task for you. Hey, Rodia, where are you talking to me? Where are you taking me? Moments later, Sinclair solemnly walked onto the stage. Sinclair, you can do this. Yeah, think of it. Think of all the times when Heathcliff walked all over you. Sinclair turned to Rodia, still looking anxious. Can I really do this? Wrong question, Sinclair. This is something only you can do. He returned a determined nod. The flick of his wrists that passionately absorbed expression, restrained rhythm, perfection. It's calm, yet it's the calmness that stirs my heart. This young man, he's channeling something from within. This is sublimation. He's fighting to overcome his repressed darkness and inner turmoil with the body's motion. Oh, the lingering embers of a firestorm, heating the rhythm for gestures to be struck along. This conjures an image, one of a bonfire that's burnt through the whole night, and we are witnessing the cotillion of ash dancing atop its remnant. Sorry, what? Young man, won't you consider joining us? You have the potential to grow big. That boy belongs to our company. You should know that unauthorized poaching of valuable talent from their current employment is a serious crime. In a matter of hours, Sinclair was elevated from just another moron to our band of idiots to the company's valuable asset. What a fine performance! You wish to get to the top floor, right? You may pass. You've earned the right. Be warned, though, the folks upstairs won't be reasonable. They have no concept of festivity in their heads. Sinclair came back to us with an invigorated look. With things welling up inside me, this is what it was all about. It makes me wonder why I thought it would be hard. I feel much more comfortable now. I was curious to know the inner struggle he'd expressed through the dance, that had touched the syndicate to their core, and what kind of hardship a young, seemingly sheltered gentleman like him could have gone through. But those questions could wait. For now, we headed upstairs to the 3rd floor.
깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
No notes. So, like, we're gaining levels, right? This costs tickets to level characters up, right? So, essentially, what I need to be doing is nothing. Like, they just level up kind of naturally, and I don't have to touch them. The XP tickets is like for people who are later on in the game and have, you know, been, I guess, beefing characters up, and up-tying characters is that like prestiging them? It requires a currency I don't have, so I'm assuming that I can't do anything with it, but it seems like an enhanced version of the character. Or the ID, rather. What do we have here? Do you fellers have any idea what you just walked into? Muck about and we'll make unwilling contortionists out of you. Then we'll lop off your digits joint by joint and make purty mahjong tiles with them. They don't really get enough XP from stages. Stages will be too slow to effectively level units soon. Tickets are the main method. Ick. Sheesh, some warm welcome that was.
I'm not one to let introductions that go unanswered always square up.
Perfect. They just a bunch of bozos that just want to fight. So what you're saying to me essentially is that if I don't engage with the XP ticket system, I am not going to be able to progress with the story naturally. One day they will give us a real XP Lux that gives 1 limbillion tickets. If that day is not today, then it does me no good.
머리통을 박살내주마.
I just did a stagger. I'm proud of myself for that one. Or not a stagger. I just did a dodge and successfully dodged all of the attacks. I'm proud of myself for that one. There was a guy who beat Mirror Dungeon Extreme at level 1, so maybe anything is possible if you believe hard enough. If you do Luxtivation every day, eventually you'll arrive at a pile of 1,000 tickets for when you get new IDs. The level wall is usually Kanto 4, but I felt too much burn at Kanto 3. Well, maybe after I finish this this little level here, we'll go look at Luxtivation and you can tell me what the fuck you're talking about. Because that is a combination of words, I guess. That's the thing that they showed me where like certain things are unlocked as I progress through the game? Kanto 3 has a blunt ID wall. So like if you don't have blunt IDs that are leveled up, then you'll hit a wall. Is that what you're saying? This is just combat, so we're gonna jump right in and do another combat, and then we'll take a look at. Sounds like a job for Heathcliff. Functionally, he works well as a bruiser. I just don't like that he has more lines than a lot of other characters that I would rather hear more from.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
More like base Heathcliff. I mean, baseball bat Heathcliff. Which base is that? It's not about the amount of lines, it's about how you use them. He uses them really poorly. And this isn't about him being British. He's just really annoying. It's the intention of his words, not the way he says them. Marisol has the least lines in the game, and he has the most bangers. That's true. That's true. Every time Marisol has spoken up so far, I've been like, This guy, like, actually has like a pretty good head on his shoulders, doesn't he? Why don't we hear more from him? And maybe that's it. Maybe he's just supposed to speak up and be like, yeah, there are people who aren't crazy dipshits in this team. Just, you know, just so you know.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
I mean, so far the team seems to be doing just fine. I don't know. I get that eventually it's not going to be enough, but for now, it seems to be doing okay.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
재밌는 순간이에요. 늘 새롭다니까요.
Oh, they just ran away. The source material he's based on is 1000% about an autistic friend of the author. That's lovely.
깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
All of my autistic friends are delightful people. Okay, so we were talking about a thingy. This is where is Luxcavation?
동안 잊어버린 것 하나 없이 모든 게 돌아온 것이요.
일단 불러놓.
Friends. I have 2 friends. That's wonderful.
옛날부터
Drive.
3시간 이상의 수면을
Luxcavation. Rewards. A skip battle. Would you like to just skip the thing? And then we enter into here, and then we just go in. We can bring in the characters that we currently have, and just vroom vroom. Slice these boys up.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
I mean, if Luxcavation is just fighting, then I don't necessarily mind doing that. I do want to like push through on the Cantos, but like considering that I'm only going to be playing whenever I'm on stream, and I'm not going to play this by myself, I'm not even going to log in by myself. It might be something that like is part of the rhythm of stream. Is like get on, make sure that I've done my Luxcavations, and you know, make slow and steady progress through
해보기는 할게요. 늘 새롭다니까요.
whatever these thingy-majiggies are.
머리통을 박살내주마.
We've got a ton of blunt damage, it seems. Maybe it's just the maracas. Cost twice as much for 1.5 times the rewards. Someone on Reddit has probably mathed out the most efficient method. New chapters will come with events that give a bundle less because those are great for newer players. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there's a way to like optimize it, like what is it, the new manager bundle pools, where it's like if you do these bundle pools, you'll have a bunch of, you know, pools for relatively cheap with a high chance of getting, you know, something good in them. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff like that that is like optimized. But we'll see. I'm I'm still just kind of feeling around. Obviously, I get the story. You know, we're pressing on in the story or whatever, but like the main reward from this is this, right? The ID training ticket, the XP tickets, and then we get some free lunacy, and then it costs us modules to do that. And then we get consecutive battles. I can increase this, but it increases the cost. Okay, so I do consecutive battles times 3. Does that increase the potential rewards? What are you doing? Total participants. So this requires 12 people to participate because I can't use the same people? Same amount of rewards lets you do all the battles at once. Go to the window again. They're on backup. Okay. So what am I doing at window again?
옛날부터 3시간 이상의 수면을 취하면
Yeah. So what am I doing at window?
자연스러운 현상인 줄 알았는데 모든 분들이 그렇진 않더군요.
Pass. Is it written somewhere that I'm just not seeing? This? Okay. Oh, it's the fucking battle pass. Ick. I'm allergic to battle passes. I know, and I hate it. I know every game has a battle pass, and I hate it.
따라가기.
예스.
네, 원하.
내가 필요해? 목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
So if all of the battles happen at once, but I have a bunch of characters who are on backup, essentially does that let me keep like the like the combos that I get that I build up over time? So like I guess what I'm saying is like as I kill enemies, I get to do extra attacks in a turn. So I get to keep all of those like extra attacks as I move along. So that makes everything significantly faster. Luxcavation stages get more efficient as you progress through the story. Well, that tracks. So procrastination is optimal play. Yeah, so essentially, I guess the way that I've been playing is a pretty reasonable way of approaching the systems. Because essentially, what you're saying is I could just keep playing the game. I'm progress through the canto and just continually progress through the canto at the end of every stream. Essentially, what I'm doing is I'm taking all of my extra Anakaflin and turning it into modules anyway. I take those modules whenever we're all done, and pretty deep into the story, and then I do all of this at once. Play normally until we hit a brick wall. Yeah, that kind of is what I'm thinking now that we go in and do a bit of this and see what's what. I can't believe I'm gonna say it, but my favorite team right now involves murdering as much of my own team as possible. That does seem slightly out of character for you. I'm not gonna lie. It's because Ryoshu is bored, she hungers for blood. Well, yeah, you gotta make sure she's busy. You're encouraged to do a couple of these daily for the battle pass to progress. Yeah, but what if I don't care about the battle pass progressing? What if and I'm not trying to be like flippant. What if I genuinely don't care about the battle pass progressing?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
See, I'm not. I think multiple people who play this game have asked me already, like, what about your dailies? I'm not doing my dailies. I'm just not going to do them. I refuse. I refuse.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
늘 새롭다니까요.
And this is satisfying. I like stringing together a bunch of attacks like this. It's fun. I don't understand. 3 certainties, death taxes, battle pass progress. I don't play games like that. I don't play games like that. I'll tell you some of the games that I've been playing lately, or some of the games that I've been working on. Of course, I just finished Library of Ruina. That's what I'm playing on stream. But I'm currently working on a puzzle game called Relectica. I'm playing Katamari Damacy Reroll, and I'm working on Payday 3 with Necro, which is fun. fun to play with friends, although it's not a great game. It is fun to play with friends. Yeah, I always have a couple of games that I'm working on, but you might notice like none of them involve a battle pass except for this. This kind of game I would never pick up and play naturally. This is one of those games that like is a direct descendant of my or a direct result of my continued Project Moon play. Payday 3 has dailies. Yeah, but have you ever seen me do Payday 3 dailies to keep up with the You have seen me do that whenever we played, but I never logged in every day to make sure that I did my Payday 3 dailies so that I could continue to gain progress in the battle pass. I generally ignore the battle pass in any game. If a battle pass does exist, it's something that is to be ignored. Pretend as though it doesn't exist, and it can't hurt you. Maybe they'll reset your account enough to force you to do dailies. It can't happen. It can't happen because you know that there are like, they could reset my account to the point where I'm like a level 4. I could still participate in stealth missions because you can screw on a silencer from like the very beginning. My god. I think there's an osprey flying overhead. We live pretty close to a military base and that's loud. I apologize for the sound pollution, but yeah, no, like if they did keep fucking with my account for some reason in Payday 3, I still would be able to finish the last achievement for that game, and then I can uninstall it forever. We leveled up. Nice. Got some XP tickets too. You love to see it. Okay, let's keep going in the old Kanto 2. Gobsmack. I have everybody selected now. There we go. That's our team, right? I like the way that our free Ishmael has been MVP for 90% of the fights. She's a good one. She's a good one. The way this game works, it's not that different from any RPG except the daily enforcement enforces a limit to grinding rather than being a requirement. Well, I mean, when you say RPG and you say grinding, I need you to give me an example. Because, like, you're not wrong, but what RPG are you referencing? Because I would say, like, The Witcher 2 is an RPG, and there's, like, none of that. There's, like, no grinding in that game. I would say, like, I never played this game, but I watched it played. The Kingdoms of Amalur: The Reckoning is an RPG, but there's not really any grinding that's necessary at all. I would say Dragon's Dogma is an RPG that has grinding in it, but the grinding that you do is not that complicated, and it's not that long to get the things that you need. Okay, Dragon Quest. You're talking about JRPGs. JRPGs and definitely Korean RPGs are notoriously grindy. Like, really, really grindy. But it depends on the type of game and the limit or the degree to which you're committed to getting a specific thing inside the game. I don't know specifically Dragon Quest. My partner loves Dragon Quest, but I never really played them. I can say, like, for a lot of the turn-based RPGs, there's grinding to a degree, but it really depends on what you want to get out of the RPG. If you're trying to 100% it, there's grinding. There always is. Maple Story back in high school. I never played Maple Story, but I heard like it's super grindy, right? Is it? Am I hallucinating? I could have sworn I watched a YouTube video at some point where somebody was explaining the gameplay, and I was like, oh my god. You better behave and keep your noggin safe and sound, because we might need something around for kick the can. That's not a can. Absurdly grindy. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, generally, I generally avoid grindy games. Unless I don't. I choose. When I look at a game, I say, this has a ton of grinding in it. And then I decide whether or not I'm going to play the game. Warframe is a really good example of this. I will grind, especially for friend swap. Warframe has tons of grinding, but I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours playing Warframe with friends because it's friend swap, and I love my friends. I remember now, their intimidating language is what made them infamous in the first place. Their language is intimidating. Rumor has it their language is so coarse that it once inflicted enough psychological damage to reduce dozens of rival syndicate members into gibbering messes.
Oh, you lot, you better shut your bloody mouths while I'm being nice.
Who the fuck do you think you're eyeballing up and down, little man? Keep staring and I'll pluck them right out of the sockets for you, dog eyes. Nice burn, dog. Easy, don't be so hard on him. I cracked one open like an eggshell in the scuffle, hollered into him, and heard only my voice echoing back because it's empty as a drum. Well, brush me sideways. They don't even got a string of egg noodles for brains. What's the round thing on their shoulders then? A bag of gas? Wonder if they go all... I wonder if they all go to the same asshole school? I mean, it was kind of funny. Don't glare at me like that.
Dead. You're all bloody dead.
Clown to clown communication, it really is. I like a lot of grinding, I'm saying. Limbus just says, just grind 10 minutes a day rather than grinding for hours. Yeah, but they're telling me to log in every day. And as a recovering WoW addict, my knee-jerk reaction whenever a game is like, no, you need to log in every day if you want to get the most out of me. I'm like, well, then I don't want to get the most out of you. I don't know. It is my knee-jerk reaction now from all of the conditioning. Destiny had dailies, and they were very committed to making you feel like you were going to miss out if you didn't do your dailies. World of Warcraft had dailies, and you would genuinely miss out on actual content that is rolling out if you didn't do them. In some cases in World of Warcraft, you were unable to keep up with your people in your raid if you didn't do your dailies, if you didn't maintain, daily progression, if you didn't do part of the grind as an herbalist was to make sure that you had enough herbs to be able to, or alchemist herbalist was to make sure you had enough herbs to be able to make your potions or your flasks for raid. A lot of that stuff. I'm very, like I said, very resistant to games telling me to play them. My personal way of playing games, or the way that I think or feel about specific games, is not your way of thinking about games, and I would never want to impose my own perspective or my own way of doing things onto anybody else. If you are all about it, or it's a thing that you're willing to do, awesome. If it's something that you enjoy doing, awesome. That's great. That's so cool. It's just one of those things, different strokes, different folks kind of dealio. I personally am resistant to it, and I don't want you to be like me, or I don't want any other person to be like me just because I have an opinion or a perspective that I have. Do what you enjoy, so long as it doesn't, hurt anybody else. And there's a lot of bad guys here. I haven't looked at any of their emotional statuses here, but it looks like piercing is what we should be going after. Probably should have checked that ahead of time. We do have a lot of piercing. I typically favor blunt or slashing for no particular reason.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Oh, fuck him up.
좋은 전략입니다.
Damn. That's a lot of damage. 1 TM muscle memory from Ruina. It's true. It's true. It's the puppet floor conditioning that I had. What should we do? I don't know if fighting will get us anywhere at this point. Just kill them. To my surprise, Ishmael let out a scoff. What's there to consider? We have our trump card. We have what now? Just the right person to teach them something legit.
를 한 다음에 를 해버린다.
This is perfect. The blushing, this is hilarious. The Oshu explaining like forbidden evil knowledge, and Sinclair getting a little boy ear covered up, and the gang members just blushing. It's adorable.
그 다음에 를 해서 에 담그는 거지.
Or should we ad lib? Or should we what is the name of that game? Not ad lib. The Mad Libs. Isn't it Mad Libs? Where you like fill in the blanks? Next up you blank the blank and then soak it into the blank. Should we Mad Libs this? I feel like that would be a fun little exercise. After you give it a good blank and blank it up, go blank on it. After you give it a good spanking and smush it up. No, there's why they wouldn't blurt that out. I like probably can't say the things that she would be saying. Can't even possibly guess. I never knew it was possible for the human tongue to give such detailed accounts of something so sickeningly gruesome. The TQ crew stood around her like impressionable children, their eyes twinkling with pure, uncharacteristically earnest excitement. Someone had begun taking notes. I'll be damned, she had me struck. Ooh, that's one damn creative twist of wit. She must be what they call the wizardess of the tongue. Eh? No. That has to be the gob of a witcher. Even Heathcliff, who must have had his share of rough and tumble in the back streets, looked unsettled by the time Diosha had finished her lesson. I am impelled to applaud the inventiveness of her language. The pen, nay, the tongue is mightier than the sword indeed. Damn, and here I thought I'd heard my share of the sailor's mouth with all those years I spent seafaring. Guess my vocabulary was only the tip of the vulgarity iceberg. I honestly couldn't fathom why the higher-ups would organize a team of people like you.
It is likely that rational understanding is not in consideration when this roster was established.
And I'm still having trouble figuring out what they were thinking when they assembled this team. But I guess this isn't so bad after all.
Sod, you finally reached the stage of acceptance. This is cause for celebration.
They call her the LeBron James of murder.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
This is what she does every day, LeBron James. And this is just story. Contestants. Is the end of every canto a dungeon? I mean, Selva Obscura was not a dungeon. That was just possibilities, but it wasn't a canto. For the early ones, yeah. They stopped doing them at some point because they're annoying. That makes sense. This isn't good. We've reached the top floor, but we don't have nearly enough wish power. Don't you worry about that, because it's finally time to reveal what I've been itching to share. I actually pinched a little wish power back at the pawn shop. It's not a lot, but it should be just enough, right? Rhodia flashed a wish sticker sheet with only a corner of it left. Why do you wait until the last minute to tell us? Like you said, gambling is about keeping a poker face. Wouldn't want one of us to slip up and complicate things. Dante, mind if I borrow your boss's role for a second? I nodded, seeing as it wasn't really being much of a leader anyway. Even if I were committed to my role, given how things crashed and burned under my lead, it would only be right for me to forfeit it and bend the knee in atonement. Had it been just a few hours ago, I would have been vehemently against this, but now? Good thinking. I've never lost once in anything where money was involved. All right. Here comes the contestant. Wait, I'm not the last. Oh man, I wanted to be fashionably late. And you are? Name's Rodion. I'm here to gamble for the basement access rights. So much for finally meeting the infamous Wish Power Whisker of the Ting Tang gang in person. You've got a lot of nerve for a nobody sauntering in here like you own the place. What? This is your first day or something? Haven't you been playing this game long enough to know? It's not about who plays, but who wins. Well, you got me there. I suppose getting this far is a qualification on its own. A pleasure. I'm Aida. And this is? Golly, my back's hurting. Hey, he's like one of the Olympus characters. One of the Seraphat. That's a robot? No, a prosthetic body? What are you looking at me for? Never seen a full body prosthetic before? Isn't your model a bit antiquated? You look like somebody plucked you right out of a museum. Old as gold, as they say. Patched it up a few times, and now it's sturdier than most new ones. Why is that boy so comfy with being tardy anyhow? Arrogant brats think you can show up late to serious business, eh? Pardon me, I had an urgent matter. Are you having a bad case of main character syndrome or something, Sonia? Are you really so hungry for attention that even our annoyance feeds your ego?
그런 건 아니었어요. 주인공은
And then they
언제나
bring him back, but the
아이드시죠.
Kanto 8 one is cool. They let Rodia cook, old ass bitch. Sonia, haha, it's not like that. If anything, I thought you were always the main character, Aida.
오랜만이야.
It's been a while, Rodia. What's up? You two know each other? Let's say that she's a friend from back home. Isn't that right, Rodia?
No.
So, are you still leading the Eurodivia then?
글쎄.
Still?
아직이라고 하기엔
You're saying that as if we've
훌쩍 떠나버린
disbanded
건
or something.
너 혼자였는데
You were
말이지.
the only one who dropped us. Now, that's enough catching up. Since we have all the players, let's go over the rules again. The 4 bidders for the casino are all here. Sonia, Ada, the TQ boss, and the Ting Tang gang leader's suspicious yet shameless representative. We'll be playing a straight game tonight. No cheats, no sleights of hand allowed. Anyone catches you in the act, you're out. It should go without saying that anything involving wish power is likewise forbidden. Oh, when I catch you cheating, you're going right on the chopping block. I'll mess you up good. Well, play 3 games in total, and the one with the most chips wins. Simple enough. The winner will get to take the elevator to the underground section, where the golden bow is. Yes, that same golden bow that the former owner of this casino so desperately wanted to claim, going so far as to dig a whole tunnel system under this property to find it. Too bad they suddenly passed away for reasons unknown, but that allowed us lucky 4 to win the joint bid from the establishment. What an elegant way to put that they died under shady circumstances. Oh, Rodia. I see you haven't lost your sarcastic wit. Shut it. How do you guys all know about the golden bow anyway? I didn't think it was such an open secret. Any syndicate worth its name has caught wind of the stories. Those about the golden bow buried down here, and the riches and fame it'll bring to the owner. That's so. Seems someone has gained an interest in fame and fortune, huh? I think I remember how you always used to preach to us to steer clear of such things, Sonia. The golden bow can be used to achieve things far greater than the accumulation of capital, Rodia. I've never strayed from my purpose, to destroy the system of oppression and exploitation, to keep a watchful eye on the unequal distribution of wealth. Sonia doesn't seem too bad to me so far. Yeesh, Sonia's about to begin lecturing again. Someone kick away that soapbox under him. My apologies, it reminded me of the old times. Sonia is a communism. I do enjoy a communism. It's funny how I always used to discourage your obsession with gambling and riches. Yet here we are sitting around the same gambling table, hiding our hands of cards from each other in this game with our goals on the line. So what is your goal? To win, of course. Okay, more story, I guess. I feel like they could have just done a continuation from there. And here comes the final round. Y'all keeping a good eye on your chips? I'm all in. All in? Oh, dealt a nice hand, huh, Rodia? That swagger of yours been rubbing me the wrong way the whole way. You lose this round and you're out. You know that? The hell are you counting on? I'm the kind of gal who goes for the climactic flourish of the final round wager. Not so fast. Pull your sleeve up. The heck's your problem? You just put one of them wish stickers you got from the Ting Tang boss man on your arm. That's why you went all in on the chips this round. So you can nab the golden bow for yourself. Can't fool me. Looky here, all. Right here underneath her hand. This thing. It's gotta be the sticker, yeah? Can you back it up? Sorry, Rodeo, but can I take a look at your wrist for a second? Oh no, you ain't. Don't you touch her. Far as I know, you two might be in cahoots. Now, I'll lay her arm bare so you keep your eyes peeled, alright? I knew this sly little fox would play dirty. Wait, something about this whole situation, this exchange, it all feels oddly familiar. Am I having deja vu? You sure are small-minded for such a big hunk of metal, huh? Why are you being such a nitpicky asshole about this? Didn't they teach you that with stolen wish power comes strict responsibility? You've been watching too many movies. What's stolen wish power? And what if you're wrong, huh? Gonna fold and forfeit the game? You've got guts. Fine. I'll bet all my stakes that there's a piece of wish power on your wrist. What do you say? Same as yours, which means it's gonna be either you or me. So ask yourself this. Am I feeling lucky? Well, do you, dickhead? The what? That one's cute. And I'm the one who watches too many movies. Anywho, our wager's final, eh? Oh my. It's just like that in it. It's just like in that. I think I know where this is going. Here goes, the moment of truth. What's going on here? I saw it. I saw the little fox rub her wrist. There's no way. That means you're out. What a pity. What happened to the loser then? Lop off a hand or something? You're joking, right, Rodeo? What's the point of removing a prosthetic hand? No, this can't be right. The defeated will be shown generosity, but false accusations need to be taken care of with more finality. Hang on, are you? He's fucking dead. What in the? Holy crap, that came in like a car crash. Couldn't you have put a blinker on for a warning or something? They gunned his ass down. Look at the grease and spinal fluid. Remember, Rodea, it's that same trash compactor from Backstreet's junkyard. Remember what I said back then? That we proletariats must unite and take down the ruling class and build a new society. I even remember your reply. If you mean we should round up the rich and flatten them under one of those compactors, then I'm all for it. Small correction, I said crush them till they pop. Is that so? Rodea, are you still unwilling to return to Eurodivier? We all heard a loud slam right now, didn't we? I sure did, after a quarrel about a wish power and the like.
What? Did they catch on? Oi, quit spacing out, you try and turn in that clock.
Gosh, can you stop pushing? Whoa. Unfortunately, the door we were leaning against was a flimsy wooden frame covered with rice paper, and we all tumbled into the room as the door fell. Jesus Christ. A bunch of boobs, all of them. We're all just a team full of boobs and story combat. Let's go. It's you know, you can't even be surprised at this point, honestly. Who might you all be? Rodea, how did it go? See that you've made some new friends in the meantime, Rodea. Sonia laid his hand of cards open on the table. The game is over. You win, Rodea. I have no objections. He then walked out the door and didn't return. Once he disappeared, a sudden, deafeningly hollow clap filled the room. Caramba, thanks for the spectacular game, but I'm not as cool as Sonia. Since you brought your friends, why don't I introduce some of mine as well? You know, I'm pretty sure I heard one of your guys say that gambling is an activity done purely for fun or something. Exactly. Isn't this more fun than caving right away? Dante's a goober. That makes sense. So it did say they need the plan spoon-fed to them like baby birds. That's true. That's a bunch of boobs, but I do like I feel like Dante is whimsy maxing, and I'm kind of into it. You were gonna force your way downstairs regardless of who won the game, weren't you? Think about it. Why would I give the golden bow because a round of Round of 3 of some game said so, when I have the strength and manpower to seize it. Alright then, I'm actually glad you're a rebel. I was starting to get bored with all the sitting around and chatting. Same, let's gun him down. Kill him. Slice them 2 ribbons. I command it. Struggling? Well, we can't have that. Oh, the dodge worked. We did the little dance. We're struggling again. We'll have to dodge this time. It does seem to me that if I'm going to be losing a clash anyway, I might as well roll defensively and see what I can do. But I think it didn't pan out for Hong Lu. I keep forgetting his name, Hong Lu. Sorry, because OP as fuck Heathcliff is just gonna Giga Chad his way through the fight anyway. Ay caramba!
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 자, 머리다.
It looks so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. The Maraca combat. Speaking of whimsy maxing. I mean, once we get on a roll, I feel like pretty goddamn strong. Like once we've gotten through the first couple of rounds and we're warmed up, I feel like OP is fucked. Oh, here's the boss. They don't like slashing damage. So we're gonna lean heavily into the slashing damage. She looks exactly the same as Sinclair. They're wearing the same outfit. Literally the same outfit. She's just got slightly like, I think that actually might be exactly the same model, just with different hair. You're like, who's gonna notice? Who's gonna pay any attention? Good God. She's getting completely fucked up. Stagger plus. I guess that means she's just dead in one turn. Has the manpower to just seize what she wants. It's a good joke. Is this a dungeon? Suppress the boss. Bombs the harbor. You should be level 15. It's fine. Everything's fine. Doing our best to skirt around the crushed, gut-churning remains of the TQ crew's boss, with Sinclair barely suppressing a gag, we made it to the elevator. Despite being the first to grouse and fuss about insects during our last expedition, Rhodia made her way to the elevator without a word and pressed the button heading down to the basement. And once silence descended, Sod began hitting Rhodia with a barrage of pent-up questions. How did you manage to win without even using any wish power? No, before any of that, what made you so sure that you win regardless? Yikes, hold your horses, gal. One question at a time, okay? With a grin, Rhodia talked Sod into calming down and slowly began to elaborate. The TQ crew's boss had been wary of the Ting Tang gang leaders before the game even began. How did you know that? You couldn't have read the tells from his mechanical body. He had every reason to. After all, everyone seemed to know that the Ting Tang gang owned a wish power extractor. He must have been totally sure that wish power was going to come into play one way or another, regardless of who ended up playing. So you deliberately made it look like you were using a sticker to bait him into calling you out on it. Yep, then I declared I'm going all in. I needed to appear suspiciously ballsy in his eyes. A winning gambler creates her own momentum and rides it. I mean, look, even you guys thought I'd popped the wish stickers, right? If I'm being real, at the end of the day, wish stickers and all that stuff are just hopes and desires given official sounding labels. To someone with unshakable faith in themselves, it's nothing more than a weird piece of paper. That can't be true. J-Corp's wish power related tech is an officially approved semi-singularity with widely proven efficacy. Tens of thousands of people rely on wish power for every aspect of their lives. Nothing hits the spot like a little confidence boost in this day and age, right? Her superpower is just being confident and serving fish. But me, I'm different. She's just built different. I've always believed in myself. To have faith is to preclude the plummeting of one's heart. Pray tell, how does one go about acquiring such faith? Oh, that? It's actually super simple. I'll let you in on the secret, so listen up. Just think, I'm the most awesome person in the world, so whatever anyone else says is a crock of shit. That certainly makes sense. Faust subscribes to that perspective as well. God damn it. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked at all. Rhodia, don't tell me you've been taking my words as a crock of... Sadly, our merriness over this small victory was short-lived. The cavern was filled with the sounds of pickaxes striking against craggy walls, and we saw security guards keeping strict watch over the vault. Almost as if they were trying to send us a note of warning that they weren't about to let us reach the bottom so easily. Hold on a sec. The heck was that point of winning the game then? Why do we have to be so sneaky about this? And what's up with those slaves picking away at the rocks? We technically did earn ownership, but we don't have anything to prove that we're the winners. Not to mention, we're more or less intruders to them. In all fairness, the way we're lurking in front of the vault painted the picture of blatant thieves. Quite the grand excavation. They sure didn't waste space. They even made spare vaults here, all the while digging a tunnel. What an incredible sight. When my time comes, lay me to rest under a pile of cash just like the one over here. I want my last breath filled with the smell of banknotes. By the way, what about that fella at the table who gave us an up and down? Did you know him from somewhere? A friend from back home. Something tells me the history between you two runs deeper than just that. Greg, love, these get-togethers are always uncomfortable. Did you already forget about that one heck of a reunion you had with your former comrades? Can't argue with that. There are things moving behind those bars. Aha, I wonder if that's where they raise their pets. Do pets from your home usually rattle their cages like they're about to rip bars apart? It's the Pecatula. Did they think they could just tame or abnormalities? Miss Yuri would have knocked 3 grown adults out cold with a scoff as she heard that. Oh, Yuri. It is possible, theoretically speaking, provided that they possess a similar level of intelligence to humans and that empirically proven method of managing them exists. Huh. I guess they could make for excellent guard dogs if that ever works out. Oh, on closer look, these people have fingers or other parts of their bodies bitten off. Thankfully, he didn't add an obnoxious remark like, "Is this in fashion this time?" Is this in fashion these days? ... Almost. Almost didn't. Okay. Now I think this is just combat, right? Like there is story here. And I've got 5. So we'll choose our crack team. I'm pretty sure I'm deploying him because his synergy is with the same as everybody else's. It's been working, so I'm gonna keep going. We got security guards and Pekatula. This is starting to be a bother. Got any ideas, Greg? You said you fought the front lines back in the war. Try something. What does that have to... Hey, stop pushing! Shoved out of cover by Rotia, Gregor stumbled forward and ended up separating from us, and ran straight into a slave busy digging with a pickaxe. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Hey, looks like things aren't exactly pleasant for either of us, huh? How about we just let this slide? We're not here for the money in that vault. I mean, sure, we wouldn't refuse if offered, but that's not the point. We're just trying to get to the lower level. We're not here to cause trouble, I guarantee you. Why don't we pretend we never saw each other and just go our separate ways? 47,920,000 on. 47,910,000 on. 47,900,000 on. Speak some sense or I'll BARF on your hands. For someone who often spoke in riddles herself, Ryoshi's patience sure wore out quickly. She tightened her grip on her sword sheath and she threatened the worker. I think she means she'll break all remaining fingers on his hands. At this point, I'm more scared at how fast you'll figure that out. How did he figure that out so quick? That's almost enough for a meal at Five Guys. Mr. Beast-ass prison sentence. Chat with the bangers today. Repay all the debt before I can go back to my family. They said they'll take one on for every swing. 47 million. And how much was it? Don't talk to me. I need to count. Hold up. What's all that noise over there? Cornered, Gregor suddenly started shouting in a remarkably robotic cadence. We can't live like this anymore. This is outrageous. Abuse. To tie people up and force them to dig. Let us all rise up and fight our oppressors. Forward. Charge.
The hell was that?
Propaganda. His effort has regrettably ended in failure. Greg, here's the thing about those people. They're here because they spent their whole lives like lice, trembling little creatures that only know how to exploit or be exploited. You didn't seriously think a half-baked speech would suddenly awaken their revolutionary spirit, did you? Next time you attempt a subversion, ensure your acting skills are at least at an intermediate level. Greg, have you seriously never tried acting, even once in your life? Come on, go easy on me. I'm embarrassed too, you know. Gregor's catastrophically bad acting must have irritated even the guards. I couldn't possibly fathom why else they would throw open lock cages. Such a risky move otherwise. Sick'em. Abnormalities. Demons. Get 'em. I always forget that abnormality fights behave differently and I have to assign specific characters and I can't just like roll my face on the keyboard. God damn! Ridiculous. He does so much damage, it's stupid. He doesn't even have his trusty horse. He's always locked in. It's just not even fair. Listen, I'm not mad. I'm happy to be OP. He still irritates the fuck out of me in chat. I'm just happy. I'm just happy he's on my team and doing the murdering over there. Take me into battle. Let me in. Let me kill him. Oh, that's not right. Why are we killing these guys? Seems completely unnecessary. the random bozos. I guess they've got a commissar behind them, holding a gun to their head. Shake it up. What is that? This reminds me of like that episode of Steven Universe where Garnet does the meat game. Every time I hear the maraca shake, I think of that like, it's heating up. You're on fire. The shika 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 shika.
이 오티스 참전합니다.
We're gonna do pools at the end of stream today. So hopefully whenever we get out of this dungeon, I think we should be able to, if I lock the fuck in, we should be able to finish up with this dungeon.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Second Heathcliff. Yeah, I'll definitely get another Heathcliff ID. I'm pretty sure that's the thing that's gonna happen.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
머리통을 박살내줘.
I think that guy might be at least staggered.
다음에는 머리다.
Stagger plus one, he's dead. And he's dead. Honestly, with one guy who's stagger plus, it just brrr, everybody's dead. To battle.
손쉽죠.
We're zooming. We're zooming this time through the dungeon. What is the color that they're weak to? Green and light blue. I don't think we have either of those represented. And these guys in the front are blunt, and the guys in the back I think are also blunt. Yeah, everybody's weak to blunt. We don't have any of that for the most part. We'll try to eliminate one of them, if possible, using blunt attacks specifically on one of them. It'd be great if we could get a kill in the first turn. Then again, I do feel like the maracas don't do a lot of it is blunt damage, but I feel like they don't do a lot of damage.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
직접 밝혀주마.
순조로운 전략입니다.
자. 너무 쉽지 않아?
Ta. Very cute. Very cute.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요. 늘 새롭다니까요.
Deleted.
잠깐. 이것들 왜 이쪽으로 오는
Wait,
거지?
why are they coming this way? Stop! I said stop! Get them off of me, hurry! He's still counting. The pickaxes rose and fell without pause. 47,900,000 blows still to go. Taking advantage of that moment of opportunity, we slipped away and descended further. Guess that counts as receiving help from these debtors after all. Just a coincidence. Rodian replied curtly, her face betraying no emotion. Honestly though, like that seems a bit ridiculous. Like, your labor has to be worth more than that. That's kind of like some silly, goofy goober shit. It's like one less than a penny per slam, per smash.
손쉽죠.
It's a freight container made of smooth plastic that comes in assorted colors. The use of so many peculiar materials suggests that it's more than just a basic manufacturing facility. Almost on cue, the eerily colorful container facility whirred to life, chirping a cheerful tune. Sweatshop workers that make $1 a day. Yikes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Why aren't there guards on this floor? The answer revealed itself before anyone could voice their uncertainty. The containers finished cycling and their doors slid open. Out came... You want to get beat hurtily? Aha! Highly excited. Ah, thoroughly amusing. The game of death. It appears they redoubled excavation efforts from this point onward. Otherwise, there would be no reason to mass-produce augmented humans on a conveyor belt. Got it. But we gotta get a move on. They're pointing right at us. They're pointing right at us, singing that spooky song. What are these, like, robot people? Abnormalities. Weak to blunts, pride, and wrath. Who are they coming at? Okay, so she is gonna clash with that one, but we don't have anything that is gonna be able to match that, so we'll just have to clash. That'll do. Lock in. Ridiculous. I think they're all weak to blunt.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
So just like finishing them off seems to be super easy if we target their weaknesses.
자. 다음에는 너무 쉽잖아.
I know that you guys said like the Maraca Sinclair is dog shit, but I do feel like he's doing work. I feel like we're cooking with this one. Good decision. I think it's an abnormality. Well, the game is forcing me to fight them like abnormalities, so it's got to be an abnormality. Also, it's got the little abnormality thingy on it, so that's got to be what it is.
이 오티스 참전합니다.
Baby game. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
머리통을 박살내주마.
순조로운 전략이.
God damn, I think we just killed that guy in one shot. I think they planned on calling some of them aberrations, but abandoned that when they realized that too many classifications for weird-ass monsters. Yeah. Also, like, having everything that is, like, a manifestation of the fuckery of L-Corp be called an abnormality, it hits. It slaps. I think it's a good classification. This is a good way to do it. Who are you targeting? Maraca Boy. Coming after Maraca Boy, but Maraca Boy's got something for ya.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
속에서
좋은 전략입니다.
I'm pretty sure they're all dead.
너무 쉽잖아.
I wouldn't say that we struggled through the first canto, but I definitely feel like we're significantly stronger than we were in
흥미로운
the
일이
last
벌어지면
canto.
좋겠어요.
It's I straight up, I think it's the two skins that we got are they just feel really strong. The IDs, rather. 120, they're piercing damage and blue or red. So piercing damage, blue or red. Slashing is not necessarily ideal. And then these guys are blunt damage. They don't like blunt damage. So get them with the maracas. And we get a nice little red one-sided attack. Love to see it. We'll put all of our like extra attacks on the big guy in the back, since flashing with the other guys doesn't really seem to be a problem. Even if we're not hitting them in their holes, they still seem to succumb pretty easily.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Yeah, goddamn. He got staggered. One turn. Hello, new enemy. Goodbye, new enemy. Who's this guy targeting? Not you. Her. Is he doing a one-sided attack? How does that work? Grown powerful for realsies. Oh, he's guarding. Got it.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Well, he's fucking dead. Ah, he's guarding and he's healing. That's nice. That's a neat trick. They're coming at us with fours. And this guy's guarding as well. I guess we just let him guard and just ignore him. Locked in at 1 HP. Oh, what can you do? I'll let him guard and let him heal himself up and we'll kill him again. This one's also locked in at 1 HP. I saw it go down to 0 and then come back up to 1. Oh, he healed. Yeah, we killed him and he healed. Surgery. Die when count reaches 5. I guess they have to die a certain number of times, then the count reaches 5. Reduce max HP. Okay, I get it. It's like an undying thing. Yeah. Those are 4s. We can't counter that with anybody, so we're just gonna have to take it. The ultimate target dummy. It's a neat trick. I'm just trying to turn as many of these into clashes as I can. Doesn't seem like we have a lot we can do other than just kind of power through and just keep killing them. They really wanted to fuck Sinclair up that turn. And there goes Sinclair.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Locked in at 1 HP. How do these cyborgs keep coming back? The sinners were discussing. Perhaps those beings are not alive. That way, they would not be able to die. No, we're not getting philosophical here. To me, it looked like rebuilding a brick wall. I think I'm hearing something from that factory in the back. The group turned their gaze to the factory behind the cyborgs. Metallic clanging could be heard at the place. It was quiet until moments ago. Maybe you should take a look at that shady facility. You decided to check out the factory, but you need to do something about the cyborgs first, just to be safe. Perhaps you could earn enough time to get through by incapacitating the biggest one. Okay. Well, the biggest one is staggered. They die, right? Like they are dying. This one's at 4. It's almost dead. Once it gets to 5 stacks, then they die. So that's not a big deal. We've done longer endurance fights than this. Dying very slowly. Yeah, but they are dying nonetheless.
재밌는 순간이에요.
Pinning down the largest cyborg as planned, you got to the factory in time. Huh, looks like some kind of a toy plant. The sinners comment on the huge mechanism. Come behold its curiosity. The sinner pointed to a control panel with several buttons attached to it. Do you love the city you live in? What should I press? Yes. Continuing augmentation. You must become strong. Please proceed with the input. Do you love the city you live in? What should you press? No. Incorrect input. You must become strong. Pressing the button 3 times will cause the facility to shut down. All enemies have lost their upgrade factory at work. Passives. Cool. Now they should die for real, right? Hating the city you live in. Pepega. Thanks for the hydrate greed. They're coming in hard, aren't they? They really want to kill. They really want to kill my boy Hong Lu. Stop it!
명령대로 하겠습니다.
I think Hong Lu might be cooked, or he's just gonna lock in and stagger them.
순조로운 전략입니다.
Oh, that one's just dead. Okay. They look beefier and stronger. I keep attracting the daddy issues type. I ended up chatting with this girl and she wanted to see pictures of me when I was her age. What? During the battle, if an ally takes lethal damage, their HP won't go below 1. On the next turn, fully heal their HP and gain 3 surgery. They'll die at the end of the battle. Activates once per dungeon. That's fun. Maintenance point. She saw another picture from like 10 years ago. She started going off about how she would have given me everything. Girl. Stop.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Stop living in the past. We're in the present. Life's too short. Stop it. You were 11 when I took this picture. Please stop. Ew. Jesus Christ. That's icky. Yeah, I can't say I have anything really to compare that to. I don't really have any experiences with anybody acting that way. So this is quality control, final processing, and then there's forward base. I'm guessing we'll get to scout out a little bit further ahead once we get in. The abnormality fights are a bit tedious, but not, I don't know, not that bad. We've got new abnos. Yeah, I recognize that. Pink shoes enchantee, yeah. What's up, girl? It's been a while. They don't like slash, yellow, blue, or red. The order of my characters gets switched up every time based on speed, right? That seems to be how it works. I could barely react to any of it because I've been up since, struggling to stay awake. I'm sorry, Baboos. I hope you get some rest soon. God damn. That was a lot of damage. Heathcliff, you failed me. And you got staggered like a bitch. Over there getting staggered. I'm quitting. Never sleeping again. Nope, it's over. No more sleep for me.
머리통을 박살내주마. 너무 쉽잖아.
Okay, now it's time to gun these ladies down. Or slice them up, whatever you will. That was a lot of damage, goddamn. How did Wild Hunt Heathcliff fail a clash with one of them? It's probably something special that I should have read, but I didn't read. Keep waking up with a pain in the neck. How do I suck at sleeping this bad? It's not necessarily you, Greed. You know, there's any number of reasons why you might be experiencing discomfort in your body whenever you're sleeping. It could be your bed. It could be something that's going on with your body whenever you're using it during the day. They had higher numbers. Holy shit. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of that? Purple and pierce. We've got a couple of purples and a couple of pierces we can probably do. Okay, who are you attacking? We'll clash with that. And then we've got to make sure we clash with this other shit that's coming out. And she's coming at Heathcliff. The second best I got is a slash. That ain't gonna cut it. Roll higher. There you go.
순조로운 전략이
찢어 발겨주마.
Uh-oh. My sleep build does low sleep per second. I get it, I get it.
머리다.
You gotta pump up those numbers. You're gonna have to go gonna go sleep next to a training dummy and see if you can get those numbers up. That's something I actually, not sleeping, but that is something I actually used to do on a regular basis, was help people try to get their damage per second numbers up in Raid by taking them into town by the dummy and being like, alright, let's go over your rotation. Let's see what your numbers are. Let's see how we can improve it. Let's make some macros. Like a coach. That's a 50 DKP minus. We never used DKP. I always played in, luckily I always played in raids that were friends. Large groups of friends. We always took care of each other, and basically whoever, like whenever it comes to contested loot, it was a dice roll, unless it was obviously an improvement or like a best in slot for one character. It's like, oh, I would replace this in the same raid if I had a chance to, but I would take it because it's an upgrade or whatever. But I've always had the like, I was always fortunate enough to have a team of people who genuinely cared about each other and were more interested in the collective. We were always more interested in improving the group as a unit. So whoever was going to get the largest increase from a given thing would be the one who wins it. You just gonna sit there and roll a 2 on me? Come on, dog. You're gonna roll a 6, you get outrolled by a 13. Like, yeah, he got staggered again. It's the same biddies. These biddies is strong. Why are they so strong? Stop that. And now this Giga Chud in the back. And they're all focusing on Heathcliff. Jesus Christ. That sucks ass. And no interception. Our rolls are just ass. It's really bad. God damn. Versus their 5s. I think, like, all of them are hitting Heathcliff. Like, every single one of them is attacking Heathcliff. That's a good move. It's probably what I would do in the same circumstance. They don't like, it's a slash, blue, and yellow, right? Should have rolled higher, it's a rookie mistake. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I think they rolled like a 16 or something. It's not a high hope for rolling, like outperforming a 16. It's not really a whole lot you can do about that. Oh, Heathcliff is dead. Like, actually dead. That's annoying. I thought that was an unopposed attack.
재밌는 순간이에요.
They really are just like honing in on whoever's staggered. I gotta do what they're doing. I'm just gonna pick this person and make sure that they die. Luckily, we've got that thing that, like, whenever somebody dies, they don't actually die. This bullshit is really annoying. Why are we rolling so low? Like, all of my characters seem like they're rolling like shit. Just really shit numbers, like, across the board. They're doing it again. They're all attacking Heathcliff. Sixes up here. Jesus, tap dancing Christ. Can't get a roll going either. Like, we can't really, like, get momentum for some reason. Had a dope steak sandwich for dinner. That sounds good. I am attacking them. I'm doing my best. My whole team is doing their best. It's just their best is just not very good. Heathcliff, stop getting outrolled. Just stop it. Simply stop getting outrolled. It's annoying. This is weird because straight up nothing up until this point, nothing that I fought has been this much of a hard ass. Like in this whole, I mean, I'm talking about in this dungeon. Like, is this the boss chamber? The manager's role is to yell, "Get your shit together." Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Like this group is ridiculously strong compared to my group. It's a random bozo abno. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this is like really stupid. I don't know what else to say. This is like really fucking dumb. 10, 15. You get I mean, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to outroll that necessarily. 11. Yeah, like I've rolled 6s, 7s, etc. like pretty normally throughout the course of this. This thing's rolling like a goddamn monster. You have explained everything with a single word. Egos. All has been revealed. All as it ever would have been. And he's dead. A voice travels between the fluttering ribbons. What is your desire? Put me on. I'll carry you wherever you wish to go. The suggestions are incredibly suspicious, but for some reason the sinners are struggling to decide what to do. What do you say? Put on the shoes. Now everyone will be able to go wherever they want, probably. Yeah, well, I don't know, like, this is a bit silly. This is not a bit silly, this is goddamn ridiculous. Like, straight up, this is ridiculous. The difficulty that they just laid on with this particular set of combat is absolutely fucking insane. And again, it's probably just a, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's probably just a, it's probably just an insane, like, bout of bad luck, or I should have used a defensive ability or something. But look at that, they're rolling at +10s. They're rolling like fucking demons. It's insane. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to beat that.
머리통을 박살내주마. 머리통을 박살내주마.
Well, she didn't. Not whenever it mattered. My I am SP is really bad.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Oh, okay. They don't keep the damage. I have to fight them from fresh, and he's got surgery on. You're supposed to quit the fight before everyone dies? What are you talking about? Plus 100%. I don't know what you mean, quit the fight before everybody dies. Struggling. Favored. Neutral.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
You lost. But, okay. I thought you got one coin flip. I'm so confused. I thought you got one coin flip. That one just clashed against me like 12 fucking times on one coin. And just kept repeatedly clashing over and over again. And then it lost. And then it still did damage to me. I don't know what the fuck just happened. If they tie in a clash, it keeps going until it stops. Yeah, but then they rolled like a 4 and I rolled a 6 and they still did damage to me. I don't know. I'm kind of over it. Oh, we're struggling again? That's great. Love that. Oh, that's struggling too? Are any of my attacks not struggling whenever we're clashing? Are literally any of them, like, up to snuff? Nope. Struggling. Oh, we're struggling. Okay. All of these are unopposed. The win rate maximum, because we're not opposing with anything, is one of the ways to engage in combat, I suppose, is just get the shit beaten out of you. The tutorial seems obvious and babysitting, but people still don't actually follow what it's saying because the shit happens too fast to see. I would love for you to elaborate on what tutorial I seem to have overlooked or misunderstood. I saw the coin flipping multiple times, and I know that it reflips on a tie, but I still don't understand how it still hit me whenever it rolled a 4, and I rolled a 6. Also, yeah, none of the shit that she's breaking down in the millions of tutorials that she's done has made this make any sense. Like, these enemies are cracked. Like, these enemies are cracked out. Like, they're doing way the fuck more damage than anything else in the dungeon. It is actually, like, really, it's low-key irritating. No, I get that. Yeah, I know. It was one coin versus one coin. We each rolled 6 like 12 times. and then they rolled a 4 and I rolled a 6, and they still did damage to me. I think.
금방 다녀올게. I love that rolling win rate just straight up. It just straight up points you towards. It's not win rate. You're not winning a clash. You're doing an unopposed attack. It's like that's not what it does. Yeah, no, I understand that. It was 1 coin against 1 coin. I mean, nobody likes face rolling all the way through an entire dungeon. Every single enemy you come across is just like a fucking joke of a fight. And then you get to a single enemy that just for no apparent reason. I fought these guys before. I fought them. All of them. I fought all of these enemy types before. None of them have ever done this much damage. So, yeah. I see you, Greed. I'm just irritated. I get grumpy when shit's happening that doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
좋아, 간다.
If this wasn't a Project Moon game, I would be done. This is a hard quit moment for me. This really just makes me not give a single shit. And anybody going like, oh, you just go grind then. What if I don't want to do that? I think we're done. Since these guys are dead, they can't come back. It's Jover, so. Yeah, but this isn't. Here's the thing. This doesn't. Why we press. I'm not tied in. You're right next to a checkpoint. Okay. I mean, I can't do anything about that. Like if the enemy decides to hit me and stun lock me, there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know, like the enemies are gonna do what they're gonna do, and up until this point. Egos, these things. I know theoretically how they work.
I can just ego it up on literally every single character. We just go ham sandwich. Lacking enough stuff for the other characters, but for those guys we'll use their egos.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Now the resources that we use for the ego things, these resources that I'm using right now to use my ego. So like I know that you like it costs SP to use your egos, right? But also like you spend resources, and those are permanent resources. Like I have like a pool of them that I have saved up until this point, but those that pool of resources, like this on the side, that doesn't reset every dungeon. This is like a pool of resources that I've had from playing the game. It's from the skills I use. They're per battle except in dungeons where they're pooled. Okay, okay. This would be struggling as well. Now we're favored. This is struggling. Now we're not struggling. Let's see how that goes. Jesus fucking Christ. She's dead. Boom. Just cooked. So we have one person that's just completely died, and then another person that's like fucking stagger plussed. I can't fix like my character's not being able to like intercept, not being able to roll. I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's getting close to quitting time. I'm really like nonplussed with this game right now. I'm kind of just like over it. This is just a really stupid way to greet a character. Like, this is not a slope. This is a vertical difficulty spike, and it's not like in a fun way that it's like, oh yeah, let's face the challenge. Let's do a thing and get better. It's like, what the actual fuck is going on right now? Oh, now I got turned into paste. That's cool. We're at minus 45 SP with Sinclair. We're panicking. It's just really, it just feels bad. It's rough out here, chat. I don't know what else to say. I don't like it. Yeah, this is ass. Yeah, this is not fun. I don't know, like, if this is like, is this the end of the dungeon? Is this the last boss in the dungeon? Whatever the case is, like, this isn't fun. This isn't a fun experience. Yeah, I'm kind of done, y'all. It's the end of the stream anyway. It's just like I was kind of hoping to end on a high note, not that whatever the fuck that was. Yeah, that's like, I don't even know that I could call this game design. Because those enemies don't appear to be any different from the ones that I've faced previously, like, at all. They're just, like, broken strong. Like, they just roll way the fuck higher than me. They were glowing pink. That was the only difference that I could tell, is that they're glowing pink, and they've got slightly different, like an aura around them. But I mean, we saw the bucket head robot thing. That one just has like a ribbon around it. And then we saw the red shoes characters who were not that strong.
엄마가 말했지? 마음에 안 드는 거 있음 언제든 말하라고!
날씨 좋다. 자, 그래서 누굴 보호해야 한다고 했지?
Rodian.
한 잔 함께 하시죠. 따뜻해질 거예요.
I do love a Honglu. Well, there's your extract. I've gotta hop off because it's the end of the stream time. I'm hungry, and I think I'm getting hangry as well. Okay. Well, the game can smile on me all at once. It's presented me its asshole already and farted in my face. So I whatever I just got, if it's good, we'll figure it out. I supposedly got something good last time too, and you've seen how it's gone for me. So we'll see how it rolls. I don't know. I don't have any particular reason to feel excited about it, but we'll hop back on it and see it next time. I'm gonna do a food. I think I'm gonna have some spicy ramen with a cheesy egg on top because I'm cranky. I'm cranky. That whole situation was just irritating. I don't know if like that's the character. That's the one that you guys were talking about before. That's like, this character would be OP if you get him. We'll see. We'll see. That's all I can say. We will see. It's not an encouraging experience, I gotta say. Like that's all I've got. It's really aggravating to run into an enemy that I mean, and here I'll go back to the drive section, and we'll click on the old resume, and we'll just take a look at these enemies here. Pink shoes Enchanty, pink shoes Possessy, level 14, and then we go to. Can I go back to where I can't go look at the enemies that I fought previously. Because they have like the enemies listed here. I figured I'd be able to go back and take a peek at what those enemies were, and be able to point out like the differences between the two, but I can't really tell what the differences are between them. I don't even know, like, if running one of the IDs that's a level, like, if running a level 1 ID would be better than running both enemies are putting special buffs on each other. That would be something that I just didn't notice then. I don't know if running something that's like really low level, I think running a level 1 is probably not a good idea. So just because I got something doesn't necessarily mean that I should run it. Yeah, I know I have options. I'm just like, it's one thing to hit a fight that's like, I haven't hit a fight that's giddy. I haven't hit like a fight that was like a struggle at all. It was like laughable. And then this is a brick wall where I do like nothing and I get obliterated. That sucks. That's all I'm saying. That sucks. I feel like you should feel like a bit of a struggle before you get like to the point, like, you know, it's supposed to kind of, it's supposed to, whatever, like the tyranny of should, right? But like, typically in game design, you do, like a hill. I think Ruina did a really good job of this. I don't remember, and like, you say it's Project Moon. Lobotomy Corporation had some goofy goober shit, but like, I do feel like overall the difficulty, there were jumps because of specific abnormalities in LobCorp. I don't think that's a great example, but in Ruina, I never felt like it was a complete route. I always was like, I think I have some things that I should do here and here and here. Whereas this, I got tutorial dumped at the beginning, and all of the enemies are a joke. And then you get up to this point and it's like, okay, you say use your egos. I did. It had basically no effect. I won a round, but using the egos set you into a hole, essentially, with your SP, and I was already suffering from low SP in previous fights. But Tomeri is, like, what I had to do Tomeri like twice or 3 times to beat them, but it was steady progression. The puppets are hard, but I think I cleared the puppets my first time through. Red Mist was hard. I got lucky and killed her the second time. Like, that's... You didn't clash with Otis, which fucked her SP. I don't think I had the option to clash. Or I'm getting attacked multiple times. That's true. I did kill her the first try and lost 5 times, but there were things that I could do. You overrode it. I don't know what that means. But I have to hop off. I have to go eat foods. I'm hungry. We'll figure out what I did wrong last time. I'm not saying that it's 100% a game problem. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure that there are things that I could do. It's just that sucks. It's just a shitty introduction to like difficulty. I don't really feel like the obviously it's a Project Moon game, so it's horribly tutorialized, but I generally just feel like up until this point I should have come across more adversity or more difficulty up until this point. I should have come across things that were gradually more difficult up until this point, rather than have it just, you know, turn all of my characters into paste in like 3 turns. I will see you guys next time. Yeah. Well, I've said this before. I said this in Library of Ruina, that like when I saw it, I said it in Lobotomy Corporation as well. Like, they've made the same mistake multiple times. It like in this case, and in the cases that I've mentioned in LobCorp and Library of Ruina, that is bad game design. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat now. I'll see you guys later.